Be here with you today for this inaugural and pioneering conference by the Deen Institute, Have Muslims Misunderstood Evolution? My name is Miriam Françoise-Serra, for those of you who don't know. On the topic of Have Muslims Misunderstood Evolution, in 2009, Nidal Hassoum, who's a professor at the American University of Sharjah in the UAE, conducted a poll at his university which showed that 62% of Muslim professors and students believed evolution to be an unproven theory. This compared with just 10% of non-Muslim professors. And I've no doubt that a UK poll would show up very similar figures. Clearly, the topic is a contentious one. But how many of us can actually claim to understand the contemporary theory of evolution? I certainly wouldn't. For me, the topic of evolution became a personal one a few years ago when I began receiving emails from primarily undergraduate students in the hard sciences who explained that they were experiencing inner turmoil due to their inability to reconcile what they were learning in class with what they'd been taught by religious figures around them. Some of them explained that they managed this situation through a type of schizophrenia, never choosing to confront their theological views with what the science they were imbibing at school taught them. Others wrote to me with sadness, saying that they'd lost faith as a consequence of what some described as, and I quote, overwhelming evidence they felt in favour of evolution, and the inability of scholars they'd spoken to provide cogent narratives which could alleviate a perceived tension between the Quranic text and the scientific evidence. The emails, to be frank, were heart-wrenching and often very tortured. I know for many people this is a very difficult and personal issue, but they symbolise for me our current inability to provide Muslims, and in particular Muslims in the sciences, with cogent answers. I say sadly because the Quran consistently advocates using reason and reflection, encouraging us to grapple with our understanding of the world, and often speaking in allegorical forms which have been interpreted differently at different times in history. Some have suggested that the complexification of the study of all facets of human life means we can no longer expect the scholars of the text, or what's traditionally known as the ulama, to grapple with the complexities of the world without having recourse to scholars of the context, otherwise known as experts, or in this case, scientists. Such experts can provide some insight into whether the theological interpretations on offer are in sync with the prevailing orthodoxy of a given field, or with the preponderance of scientific evidence. Of course, Muslims may differ in their analysis of the evidence. They may offer alternative understandings of the world, and that is absolutely fine. But it must be buttressed by the same academic rigour, the same commitment to evidence and consistency as we expect in all fields of study. Historically, Muslims did not view the Book of Revelation as in contradiction with the world, precisely because scientists and scholars viewed the world as offering a window of insight into the revealed book, each mutually reinforcing the other. When we find ourselves at a time of conflict between the two, we must question both the strength of our observable knowledge, but also be open to questioning the lucidity of our interpretive lenses. This ought not to be perceived as a challenge to our faith. In no way should more consistent, deeper, and more accurate understanding of the world ever be perceived as a threat to our faith. Rather, we should approach all issues with the confidence that God's signs are there for us to uncover. Surely this can only enrich our understanding of the revealed text and the greatness of God. Religious knowledge is fed by all forms of non-religious knowledge, and greater understanding of the world necessarily leads to deeper religious understanding, not the opposite. The sticking point for Muslims is that while previously our scholars were all at once theologians, doctors, philosophers, scientists, mathematicians, today finding all these qualities in one person is incredibly rare and very difficult. This means we must increasingly rely on open and continuous lines of communication between theologians and experts in various fields. As concerns evolution, for far too long, Muslim theologians have shied away from engaging with the preponderance of evidence advanced by biologists. The issues, as I see them, are twofold. One, can Muslim scientists offer reliable, cogent alternatives to the theory of evolution, and should they be seeking to do so based on the evidence at hand? And secondly, can Muslim theologians advance convincing interpretations of the textual evidence of the Quran and Sunnah, which might not simply align with evolutionary theory, but shed further light upon it and its significance from a spiritual perspective? Today's discussion may not successfully answer all the questions which have been simmering on this issue, but I certainly hope that it will open up a fruitful discussion between theologians and scientists, which can help all Muslims strengthen their understanding of the Quran and thus of the world. I hope as an audience we can engage with these issues with an open heart and mind, a willingness to critically assess both the evidence and our own assumptions, and retain the divinely mandated parameters of any discussion, namely that when we speak to one another, we do so with compassion, with humility, and above all, with respect. Now, before we move on to the speakers for today, I just want to outline today's proceedings. One of the reasons there hasn't been a programme available is that we were sure there might be some delays and we didn't want to set people off. So let me just outline that for you. We're going to begin with a brief introduction to the Deen Institute, the organisation behind today's event, followed by the first discussion on scientific issues related to evolution. We'll then break for lunch and Dhuhr prayer, and this will be followed by a lecture on the science by Professor Fatimah Jackson. After lunch, Fatimah Jackson's session will kick off, and we'll then have a theological discussion on evolution, and the day will wrap up with a crossfire session between the panellists before having an extended Q&A session. And of course there'll be a few breaks peppered in there, so we'll let you know when the breaks are. We'll try and of course make them line up with prayer times. So if you have any questions, please hold on to them, particularly general questions for the extended Q&A session which will be happening at the end of the day. I'd also like to set out some codes of conduct for the day. If you have general questions, as I say, please hold on to them for the extended Q&A session at the end. During the Q&A, if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand and wait to be selected. A mic will be brought over to you. Heckling, shouting, or any such behaviour obviously will not be tolerated. Similarly, personal jibes, insults, or digs are likewise unacceptable. Kindly remember your adab, which unlike today's topic, is absolutely clear-cut. So let me kick off today's proceedings in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most kind. I'd like to welcome Adam Deen to the stage, founder and executive director of the Deen Institute. Welcome, Adam.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Assalamu alaikum to you all. Welcome to the first event in this Dialogue Within Islam series organised by the Deen Institute. The Deen Institute was established with the objective of enabling Muslims to articulate their faith in harmony with the contemporary world and to reclaim Islam's rich intellectual heritage. We are dedicated to fostering greater dialogue between the realms of secular study and theology to help bridge the current gap we believe exists between them at present. At the heart of this is a need to resurrect Islamic philosophy and centuries of wisdom contained therein. Historically, Muslims did not shy away from grappling with the latest scientific discoveries, and their theological interpretations reflected a profound study of the world. We aim to facilitate the convergence of Muslim academics from all realms, philosophy, science, history, theology, and the arts, in order to improve our understanding of the world and thus of Islam. Today's Dialogue Within Islam event is underpinned by the specific objective of bringing the scholars of the text, who are the Muslim theologians, and the scholars of the context, who are the scientists, to help clarify what exactly is the most accurate and coherent position for Muslims to hold on any given issue. Our mission is for Muslims to return to the forefront of intellectualism in order that the light of revelation, reconciled to the most accurate studies of the world around us, contribute positively to human progress. I hope you find the conference enjoyable and also informative. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Adam. I'd like to next welcome the very talented, mashallah, Hasan Rasul for a recitation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان ألا تطغوا في الميزان
So he will be delivering his presentation also. So can I first welcome to the stage Professor Ehab Abouheif. Please give him a round of applause. So Professor Ehab Abouheif is Canada Research Chair in Evolutionary Biology at McGill University. He uses ants as a model to study the origins and evolution of complex social systems. His research has been published in top-ranking scientific journals and has been featured by several international news agencies. He received his PhD at Duke University in the US and was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Chicago and the University of California, Berkeley. So welcome to you, Dr. Abouheif, and of course Dr. Babuna, who is not with us in person. So what the format for today will be, you'll each have 20 minutes for your opening statements, followed by 10-minute rebuttals and 5-minute closing statements. And I'm going to ask everybody to stick to those time frames, if possible, inshallah. I'm also, for this presentation, going to invite our other speakers to the stage. Professor Fatimah Jackson is with us today. Please welcome Professor Fatimah Jackson. She is a Professor of Biological Anthropology at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and Professor Emerita and Distinguished Scholar Teacher at the University of Maryland at College Park in the US. She received her BA, MA and PhD from Cornell University. Her dissertation work was on genetic adaptations to malaria in West Africa, where she took her Shahada in the late 70s. As a human biologist, she is trained and has published extensively on anthropological genetics and human biological and biocultural variability. She has lectured frequently on issues of relevance to Muslims in the US, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. And the last guest on the podium for today will be Dr. Usama Hasan, so please give a warm welcome to Dr. Usama Hasan. Dr. Usama Hasan is a Fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society. He has a PhD, an MSc and an MA in Physics and Artificial Intelligence from the Universities of Cambridge and London. He followed the family tradition of Islamic scholarship, serving as an imam at the Masjid al-Tawheed Mosque in Leighton for over 25 years. He's a certified transmitter of the Quran and Hadith and has translated a number of Islamic texts into English, including the Islamic Foundation's Way of the Prophet. Currently, he is a senior researcher in Islamic studies. Shaykh Yasir Qadhi will be joining us at a later stage, inshallah, but for now we'll kick off, if we might, with the presentation by Professor Ehab Abouheif.
It's very an honor to be able to speak to my brothers and sisters here, my Muslim brothers and sisters here in London. I received a very interesting welcome. When I came through customs, I told the customs agent that I was coming to give a lecture here on evolution at the Deen Institute, and he had somehow understood that I said revolution. So he said, "You're coming to give a lecture on revolution?" In some ways, I thought about that a lot last night, and I should have said yes. I might not be here today, but I should have said yes, because I think we are really at a crossroads. Brothers and sisters, we must accept the truth to move forward and progress in the 21st century, and that's why I'm here, and hopefully I will give sort of more reasons why in the future. Let me start, of course, slight delay here. I could, yeah. We need to go one slide back, if that's possible.
One slide back, please.
So maybe I'll just give you guys the... Yes, So of course, in my scientific career, I'm a practicing Muslim and an evolutionary biologist now for almost 20 years. And it's a great honor to be able to start a presentation by saying Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Next slide, please. What we are here to try and answer today, of course, is have Muslims misunderstood evolution? Next slide, please. And my answer to that, of course, is a resounding yes. And it's not just our Muslim community, but in general, the public at large, and myself. I mean, as I've progressed over 20 years, I've gained a deeper understanding and cleared up misconceptions myself. So if you haven't thought about evolution, it's quite easy to take some steps. Next slide, please. Okay, what is evolution? That's, in fact, what we are here to discuss today. Next slide, please. Evolution is simply change over time. Cars can evolve, fashion evolves. Everything that you can think of changes over time. But what we're here to discuss, and that's why evolution is used so colloquially, but we're not really here to discuss evolution in the broad sense. We're here to come and talk about biological evolution. Next slide, please. And what is biological evolution? This is the definition of biological evolution. That is descent with modification of organisms from common ancestors. Descent with modification of organisms from common ancestors. Next slide, please. So you've often heard the theory of evolution, and that is a misconception. What is fact and what is theory? And is evolution a fact or a theory? Next slide, please. Biological evolution, as I have defined it, and as is written in major textbooks of evolution, as descent with modification of organisms from common ancestors, is a fact, brothers and sisters. Next slide. What is theory is actually how that plays out, how that happens. The fact that organisms descend from with modification from common ancestors is indisputable. How it plays out is what the scientific community debates. And we have vigorous arguments among scientists, myself included, about how does variation in populations appear? Is it through genes and mutations, or does the environment play an important role? Is it random or completely non-random? What force does natural selection, which force of natural selection? Natural selection, sexual selection? Is it artificial selection? Is it happening at the level of individuals, groups, species, or even higher? Is genetic drift an important factor? And how do we classify organisms? What methods do we use to reconstruct? These are areas of vigorous arguments, and that is where the theory is. All of these exist, of course, but which is more important and which is more influential in evolution, that composes the theory. Next slide, please. But again, these organisms are related, share similar genetic material, similar genes. There's a certain singularity. Up here in the red triangle is where all the animals lie, next to plants and fungi. Next slide, please. Okay. And this is important to think in a very common way that we think about every day. We think as what we call evolutionary relationships or trees. Just imagine this ancestor is your mother and father, and these descendants are our children. And of course, this is projected over time. Mothers and fathers give rise to a series of daughters and sons. And you can imagine that this process over large periods of time, of course, you have species in the ancestor and descendants, descendant species. Next slide, please. But it's extremely important to keep in mind that evolution is not a linear process. We say that mothers and fathers give rise to daughters and sons. We don't say that son A gives rise to son B, gives rise to daughter C. It makes no sense. Just as we would imagine that species A does not give rise to species B or does not transform into species C, they are related, but they do not transform into one another. Next slide, please. And of course, this is demonstrated in the logo for today's discussion. This, next slide, please, is absolutely a misconception. We do not transform from one species into another, as this slide occurs. This is the most, or the largest misconception of evolution in the general public. And it's so powerful because it's visual. Basically, we are related, but we do not transform from one species into another. Next slide, please. What I'm showing you here is, of course, a tree, an evolutionary tree of animals. This is all animals. And next slide, please. Of course, if biological evolution is a fact, then genes, these genes I'm talking about, should reflect common ancestry. Next slide. What I'm going to do is I'm chosen 3 animals, a mouse, a fly, and a squid, all spread out through the animal tree, all evolved separately from one another. Next slide, please. These, of course, 3 organisms, the fly, the human, and the squid, if you look at a particular structure of theirs, the eye, they've invented the eye separately on separate occasions. And they're quite different in anatomical structure and form. Okay? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So,
Get the next slide, please.
so anyway, what's amazing, I'll just continue to talk about this slide since we're waiting, but each of these particular structures are controlled by the same gene. The same gene in humans, called PAX6, controls eye development, as it does in the fly, as it does in vertebrates, as it does in the squid. So it's the same gene that controls all of these structures. And what we can do, as I was going to show you in the next slide, is that you can take the gene from a mouse or a human and inject it into the fly and express it in the fly, and you can get eyes to grow wherever you want on the fly. So if you overexpress the human gene on the wing of a fly, you will get an eye to grow on the wing of the fly. I'll show you in a second. So this is this conserved gene. It's called PAX6. What you see here is the genetic code for this gene. The dots indicate similarities. So this gene is highly conserved among animals. And these differences here, these letters indicate differences, beneficial mutations that have occurred during the evolutionary history of this group in these organisms. Next slide. Okay? And here's a normal wing of a fly. If you express the mouse or the human gene in the wing of a fly, you can get an eye to appear on the wing of a fly. There's high conservation. The gene has changed over time, but it's retained its function. Next slide, please. Okay, if biological evolution is a fact, of course, you should also, that morphology in organisms should reflect common descent. Next slide, please. And here I'm going to just give you a quick example from whales and dolphins. Whales and dolphins, based on genetic evidence, have evolved from hoofed animals that have walked on land. Because of course whales and dolphins are mammals, they are not fish. Okay? And so next slide, please. And you can see, of course, that what all of these animals share exact identity of the bones in the forelimb. And even though now whales and dolphins, they've entered the water, they don't need their hind limbs, they still have these vestigial or rudimentary organs here of the hind limb, which is exactly what you would expect for morphological continuity. Why would you retain this if there was no descent? Next slide. So here we see a whale embryo. And in this black circle, you see the forelimb. Well, the forelimb starts on most mammals, the forelimb begins to grow first, and then the hind limb starts to develop, come in after. Then the hind limb starts to develop even more, and then, of course, it disappears later on in development. But what you still is you retain some kind of vestigial. So there's a continuity in development and in morphology. Next slide. And interestingly, although most dolphins and whales don't have hind limbs, on occasion you get a developmental slip or a mistake that activates the genes for hind limb development, and you get some anomalous whales or dolphins with hind limbs that appear. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to go through a series of myths in evolution to help you kind of get around and steer around some of this debate. Myth number 1, that evolution equals Darwinism. Darwinism is, of course, a pioneer in evolutionary biology. It's highly regarded in the field. Next slide. But since Darwin at that time didn't even have any idea. His discoveries were incredibly forward-looking. But of course, he had no idea of genetics. The DNA, he didn't have any idea of the discovery of DNA. Since Darwin, we've discovered DNA. Since Darwin, we've basically sequenced 1,000 human genomes, which is the entire genetic code of 1,000 humans. We've worked out the networks of genes that are involved, the interactions between these genes. An entire field of epigenetics, how environment can modify the genetic code. Next slide. We've discovered that these genes, as I've showed you, are highly conserved across all animals. All animals share a core set of genes. And of course, in my own lab, we've discovered that there are dormant genes, genes that lie dormant, waiting to be activated for millions of years. We've cloned the first human. And now, of course, there's this very powerful technology that's emerged in the last 5 years of what we call genome editing. Biologists can now go, enter into any sequence of DNA, and just edit even just 5 nucleotides, or a single nucleotide of the sequence of the genetic code. We can edit it in a single generation. We have to be able to deal with these facts. But what it means for this discussion today, next slide please, is that what we've discovered, all of these discoveries since the time of Darwin have changed. Evolution no longer has to be, as Darwin described in The Origin of Species, is not necessarily slow or gradual. Evolution can happen because of all of these discoveries we've made. Evolution can happen in a variety of ways. It can be fast, it can be slow, it can be gradual, it can be saltational, it can be many things. And I'm ready today to show you evidence, even from my own lab, my own work, that all of these can occur together. And we argue about which, of course, is more important. Next slide. Myth number 2, there should be transitional fossils. This idea only occurs, the idea of a transitional fossil is only as if we think that evolution is linear. Next slide, please. I've already shown you, next slide. I've already shown you that evolution is not one species transitioning into another. It's not a linear process. So why would we expect half of this species and half of that? Evolution, of course, occurs by descent with modification, and so we expect mixed combination of mixed characteristics among close relatives, but we don't expect that one species would completely transition. No, this makes no sense. Next slide. And I'm going to show you, because this is one of my favorite fish. Of course, you've all heard of the halibut. We all eat halibut, and the almighty filet de sole, is what I eat often. But this is, of course, a normal symmetrical fish with 2 eyes on either side. This is the halibut and the filet de sole belong to this particular family, in which both eyes occur on one side of the head. Okay, next slide, please. And so this is the modern flatfish. If you turn it on, you'll see both eyes occur on one side of the fish, on either side, and then you have symmetrical fishes over here. And for a long time, people thought, well, where's the transition? How do you go from having 2 eyes on one side versus both eyes on the other side? It couldn't have just happened like that. Anyway, next slide. More recently, we found some fossils. Marcus Friedman found some fossils, and you can see this is the left side of the fish, the fossil fish. You have the eye on this side, and then the right side has the eye a bit raised. So if you look at it in the proper context, next slide, you'll see, of course, you have a nice transition from having the eyes on both sides, the eyes being revolved slightly a little bit, and then the eyes moving to either side. So although we don't expect transitions, we do find closely related species with intermediate phenotypes or characteristics. Next slide. Okay, myth number 3, traits are irreducibly complex. Next slide. Of course, the classic example of this is the eye, and people will argue, well, how can you have half an eye? If you take one piece of this, nothing works. Okay? But again, you have to look in nature. That's absolutely not true. Next slide. You'll see that if you look in nature and you look at different animals, there are all kinds of intermediate steps in the eye, or intermediate characteristics of the eye. Here you have some worms with just a photosensitive cell. You have gastropods, for example, with just a slightly dipped eye cup. Many other worms and gastropods have a deeper eye cup. A lot of mollusks, so snails, have just even a deeper eye cup than that. You have certain gastropods even with a lens, like the squid that I showed you, and then either ones with actually a lens and an iris. So you find all kinds. Each gives a certain advantage. Having either half an eye or even a simple photoreceptive cell gives an advantage. So you can imagine that even just having some light sensing capability gave some advantage, and of course in some other animals they've accumulated higher and higher and more complex structures. You can have half an eye. There's no such thing as irreducible complexity. Next slide. Okay, evolution is completely random. Next slide. This is a myth. Although variation is often random, so you get some mutations that occur in the DNA. Of course, cells have to replicate themselves. So when one cell turns into two, the DNA has to replicate, and then there's some errors that occur during that replication processes that are slightly random. And so, but while this kind of process might be random, selection itself, natural selection, is not random. I'll show you an example. Next slide. For example, we've ourselves as humans, are the only species that have actually been able to control our own evolution, subhanAllah. God gave us the ability, Allah gave us the ability to control our own evolution. We have selected on species for our own use. And you can see here corn. This is the ancestral species of corn called teosinte. Over thousands of years, we of course wanted larger, more nutritious, and better corn. It was deterministic. We wanted it, we could control it, and we got it. Okay? It's we can direct the control evolution. In some cases, while variation can be random, and there's even debates about whether it's completely random, selection is deterministic. It's definitely not random. Next slide.
Just to let you know, your button should be working.
Oh, it should be working, okay. So here you have wild tomato. Now I got into this flow, maybe I'll just keep going. So here are the wild tomatoes, and of course over thousands of years, we've selected to give big tomatoes. And so there's no randomness to that. We wanted it and we got it. It might have taken some time, given some of the variation is not always available, but that's the nature of variation. We were able to select on it. Next slide, please. Okay, myth number 5, that evolution is equal to racism, classism, and eugenics. Well, I mean, I'm going to argue that when Einstein came up with his deceptively simple equation, E is equal to mc squared, that led to the development of the atomic bomb. Should we deny that physics exists? Should we deny that we should study physics? Because of some people have misused physics for these particular purposes. Chemistry has led to the development of the chemical bombs. Should we abandon studying chemistry? And of course, the list goes on. Of course, just because people might have held or used evolution to uphold racist views doesn't mean that we should abandon it or stop studying it. Next slide, please. And of course, the last myth I'm going to talk about now is that evolution is equal to atheism. And of course, I stand here before you as a practicing Muslim and as an evolutionary biologist that has practiced evolution for over 20 years, and I hope I can elaborate. But just for now, just to end off, I mean, there's no experiment that can be done in science that can either validate or deny the existence of Allah, our Creator. And so it becomes outside the realm of science, and I can elaborate that on later on, some of the foundations of those things. Next slide. And it's actually, there's an amazing consistency. It's paragraphs like this in the Quran that make me even a more faithful and devout Muslim. Of course, this is from Surah An-Nur. And Allah has created every animal from water. And of them, there are some that creep on their bellies, some that walk on 2 legs, and some that walk on 4. Allah creates what He wills, for verily Allah has power over all things. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ehab. We will next go through to our link to Istanbul with Dr. Oktar Babuna. As they're setting up the link to Dr. Babuna, I'll just give you a little introduction to him. Dr. Oktar Babuna is a leading scientist at the Harun Yahya conferences, a medical doctor by profession. He graduated from Istanbul University Medical School and Istanbul Medical School Department of Neurosurgery. He has publications in international medical and scientific journals, and he co-authored a book, Divine Action and Natural Selection, Science, Faith and Evolution. His research into the theory of evolution and creation extends over 10 years, and he's lectured at over 1,000 conferences in major universities and academic places, including the US, Germany, Great Britain, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and Israel. And of course, he will be offering a very different perspective to the one that we've just heard. Similarly, he will have 20 minutes. Dr. Babuna, welcome. Can you hear me? Slight sound difficulty. You can hear me, perhaps. We're just about to hear you. Welcome, Dr. Babuna.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I send you salam, brothers and sisters there.
Walaikum salam. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to give you 20 minutes, if you may, to present your statement. Then I will give a 10-minute rebuttal to Professor Ehab Abouheif, and then I will come back to you for a 10-minute rebuttal before you both have 5-minute closing statements. Is that clear for you?
Yes, I understand. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, so you have 20 minutes to present. Thank you very much for being with us.
Inshallah. I send my salam, and I also send the salam of Mr. Oktar that I represent, Mr. Harun, Yahya, who has more than 300 books, including Atlas of Creation, and 800 websites, and he is #1 against Darwinism nonsense in the world. So I'd like to start with what Darwinism means, actually. Darwinism proposes the lie that life came into this world as a result of chance, and that they are, human-sized species of animals struggling for survival. The strong ones crush the weak individuals, and the conflict is the cause of the progress, which inevitably leads, if you put the subconscious mind of the people, inevitably leads to communism, fascism, racism, terrorism, and violence. The reason why, first of all, evolution is not a theory, because for a theory it has to be confirmed by scientific evidences from observations and experiments. However, Darwinism is falsified by scientific evidences, so that it has never become a theory. It is only a claim. It makes it actually belief. A religion, a false religion, a pagan religion, which goes to the time of the Sumerians and the Pharaoh of the Egypt 3,000 years ago. Pharaoh of the Egypt claimed the same thing. Life emerged by chance from out of the mud of the Nile River. Now, my second slide is from Richard Dawkins, #1 atheist and Darwinist of the world. Dawkins said, before Darwin, it was difficult to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist, and Darwin made it easy to become an intellectual atheist. That is the reason why Darwinism is defended against so many scientific evidences and to keep atheism alive. So basically, chance is Darwinist false god that supposedly does everything and literally works miracles. However, when we look at the scientific evidences, we see the complexity and information in the living beings, which is created by infinite wisdom and omnipotent power, Almighty Allah. Now, I would like to start with the protein molecules. Proteins are the building blocks. And this is the most powerful evidence which defeats Darwinism. Proteins are the building blocks of the living things. There are millions of species, and there are trillions of different protein molecules in the nature. So if we check a single protein molecule, whether it's possible to emerge by random events, by natural selection and mutation, actually by chance, it is impossible, because for a single protein, other proteins must exist, at least 100 different proteins until the stage of protein production, 1,150 proteins for post-translation modification. So proteins can only be synthesized by proteins. This is the deadly blow to Darwinism. This is not enough. DNA must exist, coexist. Mitochondria, energy power station or cell organelle must exist. A complete living cell must exist to produce the first protein. And this is in fact in the fossil record the cyanobacteria, which appeared all of a sudden, with not step by step as evolutionists claim, all of a sudden 3.8 billion years ago, Australia chert region, which is a photosynthesis bacteria which can do photosynthesis. Red and the green algae, blue algae, cyanobacteria, which we still have today. No change means no evolution. So life can only emerge from another life, and that is the high reflection epithet high of Allah. Now, this is the most deadly blow which defeats Darwinism. Proteins cannot emerge by chance. This defeats Darwinism at the most fundamental level. Now, if we look at the imaginary mechanisms of evolution, there are two imaginary mechanisms according to neo-Darwinism. Natural selection and mutation. So what is natural selection? Natural selection, these are two complementary factors, they say. Natural selection holds that the living things which are more suited to the natural conditions of their habitat will succeed and produce an offspring. those which unfit will vanish. For example, you see a herd of deer over here. If the herd of deer is threatened by the predators like tigers, for example, cheetah, of course the ones which run faster will survive. However, no matter how long this process goes on, it will not transform deer to other species because natural selection cannot change by any means. That cannot change DNA by any means. It cannot transform deer to other species. It cannot produce new genes. It cannot produce new proteins, new organs, brand new species. It doesn't have an evolutionary power. It only eliminates the weak or sick individuals from the population, but it does not have evolutionary power. So you see, mutations, these are the result of mutation, pathology, and asymmetry. I will go into detail. Charles Darwin was aware of the fact that natural selection does not have an evolutionary power, and he made a statement in his book. Natural selection can do nothing until favorable variations chance to occur. And as a cause of these favorable variations, the new Darwinism has had to add mutations. What are mutations? Mutations are random changes, accidental changes in the DNA, in the genes. During the replication of the DNA, the copying of the DNA, or they can occur with the external harmful effects by X-rays, chemicals, and ultraviolet radiation. But these are accidental changes in extremely complex structured DNA. They can only be harmful. 99% of the time, the mutations are harmful, and only 1% of the time they are silent, neutral. They are not harmful, but they are not useful either. So there is no mechanism which can generate new genetic information. We know this from the molecular biology and the genetics, because the DNA exists from the very beginning. We have the fossil record. They appear all at once, complete and perfectly formed, and they never change during their tenure on the earth. I will go into the fossil record also. And mutations are only harmful. They cannot generate new genetic information. There is no mechanism Allah created to generate new mechanism to generate new genetic information, which is a must of the evolution, of course. There is only a replication of the DNA and the shuffling of the genes through crossing over, a mechanism of crossing over between the chromosomes. The genes are shuffled, but these genes exist from the very beginning. There is no new genetic information. So there is no mechanism which can generate new genetic information. Mutations only harm the existing genetic information. And the variation of the subspecies level is not evolution either, because this is a different combination of already existing genetic information which generates, for example, smaller dogs, larger dogs, German Shepherd, different human races. These are all caused by variation. This is not evolution because there is no new genetic information. So mutations, there is no beneficial mutation, generates pathology and asymmetry. 6 fingers, 2-headed cats, that kind of things. How do we know this? From the experiments also. Experiments falsify Darwinism. Darwinists have done experiments for 60 years in the fruit fly and the bacteria. They radiated them. Millions of mutations were generated. These flies, for example, they got blind, they couldn't fly, they got sterile, they all died, not even a single beneficial mutation. And this is from the most famous biology textbook of the world, Campbell and Rees. This is #1 biology textbook of the world. It's a Darwinist, evolutionist textbook of biology. In this book, the author Neil Campbell says in the section of mutation, a random change, mutation, is not likely to improve the genome any more than blindly firing a gunshot through the hood of a car is likely to improve engine performance. Of course, everybody knows if you shoot the car, it's not going to make the car better, the engine better. So that means mutations cannot be beneficial. But in the following pages, he still defends mutation as an evolutionary mechanism. This is not science. This is not scientist. This is a pagan priest, because he is preaching a pagan religion. Now, Richard Dawkins, I'm going to show you a short film from Richard Dawkins. He was asked to give a single beneficial mutation. I'm not sure if the sound is going to be there, but I will explain you. In this interview, he was asked to give the mutation which seems to increase the information in the genome. And let's see what his answer is.
Professor Dawkins, can you give an example of a genetic mutation or an evolutionary process which can be seen to increase the information in the genome?
This is the question, can you show us a beneficial mutation which seems to increase the information in the genome? And Richard Dawkins tries to answer, #1 evolutionist of the world. For after 27 seconds of silence, he cannot name even a single beneficial mutation. But according to evolution, there should be trillions of beneficial mutations for millions of species. and different organ systems and organ structures, but he cannot name even one. You know why? Because there is no beneficial mutation, and he knows that, and he is #1 evolutionist of the world. Now, we have seen there is no evolutionary mechanism. Now we go into the fossil record. The fossils are remnants of the living things which lived in the past. According to evolution, it is asserted that species evolved to other species by successive minute variations over billions of years. The evolutionists have to show these successive minute changes in the fossilized examples. They have to show us half fish, half reptile, half bird fossils, because evolutionists claim fish transformed into land animals, then they have shown on the fossil record half gill, half lung, half fin, half limb. Fossil evidences, and billions of them must exist. Billions and billions of them must exist, because transitional forms must far outnumber the stable species. However, if you look at the fossil record, you see the real fossils over here. This is a starfish fossil. Evolutionists claim that starfish evolved into fish over 100 million year period. But if you look at the fossil record, we see starfish fossils, millions of them exist. We see fish fossils, millions of them exist. But there is nothing in between. There is no half fish, half starfish, three-quarter fish, one-quarter starfish. They never existed, not even a single one of them. And this is admitted by the founder of the theory of evolution, Charles Darwin. Let's see what Charles Darwin says. In his book he says, although he is the founder of evolution, he says, why, if species have descended from other species by insensibly fine gradations, do we not everywhere see innumerable transitional forms? We don't see everywhere innumerable transitional forms because there are no transitional forms. And he goes on, why is not all nature in confusion instead of the species being, as we see them, well defined? So Charles Darwin knew there are no transitional forms. Of course, no transitional forms means no evolution. The species appear abruptly, complete and perfectly formed. And Niles Eldredge is the most prominent Darwinist paleontologist of today, living in the United States. Niles Eldredge said, the record jumps. The record of the fossil record, it says, jumps. That means species, other species, there is nothing in between, no transitions. And all the evidence shows that the record is real. It says the fossil record is real. We have more than 400 million fossils today. The gaps we see reflect real events in life's history, not the artifact of a poor fossil record. Of course, he admitted that there are no transitional forms, means no evolution. So we have seen there are no transitional forms, that means no evolution. And the second, very powerful evidence of the fossil record comes from Cambrian explosion. Cambrian age is an age of 540 million years ago. It's called Cambrian age, and even the Darwinists call it Cambrian explosion because explosively different animal groups, 50 different phyla, appears all of a sudden in the history of life, 540 million years ago, 50 different animal groups. Before the Cambrian period, we had only 3 phylums, some cnidarians, some poriferians, sponges, worms, only 3 phylums. At the Cambrian period, 50 different phylums, arthropods, crustaceans, chordates. They appear, all water lilies, they appear all of a sudden, 50 different of them. Without any ancestors, without any transitions, with very, very complex systems such as metabolism, the blood circulation, very complex eyes, and I will go into detail, appears all of a sudden, not step by step as Dr. Ehab said, not step by step. This is the trilobite fossil, and you see the eye of the trilobite. This is the compound eye structure. This is the first eye in the history of life as an organ. You know how many lenses it has? 3,000 lenses. It appears all at once. Trilobites are extinct species. Appears all of a sudden without any step-by-step formation as a complex organ in the history of life. And we have also Anomalocaris was found recently, a fossil, which is a predator from the Cambrian period. You know how many lenses it has in the eye? 16,000 lenses. And we have the similar eye structure, compound eye structure in the dragonfly and the honeybees today. So the organ eye does not form step by step. It is irreducibly complex. It appears all of a sudden. This is a deadly blow to evolution. And Charles Darwin also admitted this in his book also. Let me show you. This is the trilobite eye with compound eye structure. It has 3,000 lenses. Anomalocaris has 16,000 lenses. This is the first eye in the history of life. Charles Darwin admitted that. He said, to suppose the eye with all its inimitable contrivances for adjusting the focus to different distances, for admitting different amount of light, and for the correction of spherical and chromatic aberration, he says, could have been formed by natural selection seems highest degree. You know what he says? Basically, evolution through natural selection is absurd in the highest degree. Who says that? Charles Darwin, the founder of the evolution. Now, if we look at the fossil record, living fossils, I will show you. These are real fossils. We have 400 million fossils today. And you should ask the speakers who will speak today, why did not they bring any fossil? They cannot because there are no transitional forms. And I will show you the fossils. There are 400 million of them. This is, for example, a flying fish. It is 95 million years old. And today's flying fish is exactly the same on the flying fish of 95 million years ago. This is an insect, 125 million years old, exactly the same, no change, means no evolution. 3 million year old fossil, exactly the same, no change, means no evolution. Or, for example, the crocodile you see over here, it is 100 million years old. Crocodile was crocodile 100 million years ago. It appeared all of a sudden as crocodile. It never changed. Today's crocodile, you see exactly the same. That means no genetic change, no fossil change, means no evolution, of course. Or, what about the plants, for example? I'm sorry, these are umber fossils you see. Complete, the fungus plant, for example, it is complete. You see, 25 million years old, exactly the same, millimetrically the same genetic information, no change, no evolution. Winged ant 25 million years ago, you see over here. Umber fossil, exactly the same, no change, no evolution. So, plant fossils, the same thing you see. This is a ginkgo tree leaf, 250 million years old. And ginkgo tree leaf is still the same. No change means no evolution. Fossil record confirms this fact. Sudden creation, not creation through evolution. Sassafras leaf, 54 million years old, the same, no change, no evolution. And 450 million fossils today confirm the fact of sudden creation by Allah and not creation through evolution. Falsifies the claims of Darwinism. Now, I'd like to go into other issues. I'm sorry. Let's go. Okay, let's go with the slide.
Okay.
And you said you have seen?
Is that your 20-minute presentation?
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much for your presentation. Dr. Babuna, you're still with us. Had you not finished your presentation? Was I mistaken?
I'm not finished yet.
You're not finished? I apologise. My apology. You still have a few minutes anyway. You're about 4 minutes off anyway. So please go ahead.
I have 5 minutes actually. Okay. Evolution from the apes. They call it common ancestor, but because they are ashamed to claim it apes. But we have never seen that kind of thing. There are more than 6,500 ape species existed throughout the history of life. Only 120 of them alive. What they do is they found pieces of skull, pieces of bones of the extinct ape species, and they put it in order from smaller to larger one and claim to be the ancestor and evolution of man. However, this never happened. I will give an example. Illustration does not have any scientific value. You see Zinjanthropus over here, Australopithecus robustus they call. And based on the same skull, they have 3 different drawings, half ape, half man. But that kind of things never lived in the past. These are only illustrations, reflect imagination of the Darwinists. And you see, if you give the skull for 100 different artists, they would do 100 different illustrations. It does not have any scientific value. Because of this, lack of the evidence, they did forgeries. Nebraska man, based on one single tooth, and this tooth belonged and turned out to belong a pig. They apologized, and you see the illustrations. They drew the family and the environment collected based on single tooth, and they apologized because it belonged to a pig. Or Piltdown man, or Ida recently. Ida, they apologized again. Lemur fossil, they said this is the ancestor of man. They apologized, and New York Times apologized. BBC apologized. So that means there is no ancestor of man, no evolution from apes or common ancestor, whatever they say. Australopithecus and Homo habilis are apes, just apes, and Homo erectus and Homo sapiens are human beings. There is nothing in between. Allah created humans with a soul. So we see nothing in the Quran about evolution. There are evidences of sudden creation in the Quran. Angels, jinn, and Satan, are they created through evolution? Of course not, with the word be of Allah. Moses' staff. Moses throws his staff on the ground. It all of a sudden, the wood staff transformed into a living snake. Not over millions of years, gradually, randomly. All of a sudden, is this true evolution? Of course not. And Jesus, peace be upon him, shapes the mud like a bird, and then breathes into that by the will of Allah. It all of a sudden transforms into a living bird. Is this true evolution? Of course not. There are in the paradise. There are in the paradise maidens, young slaves, and also children. Are they created through evolution? Of course not. So Allah does not need to create through evolution. Allah creates the laws of the nature. So what the Muslim evolutionists do is they fall into the trap of Darwinists. They think Allah is bound to the laws of the nature and Allah needs to create through evolution. No, Allah says in the Quran, created everything with His word be. Allah says, I seek refuge in Allah from my curse Satan. He created the heavens and earth with truth. The day He says, be it is, if His speech is true. Our word to a thing we will is just to say it be and it is. Allah creates with His word be. Allah created Adam, peace be upon him, out of the mud, all of a sudden. Allah created Jesus without a father, and there are evidences of sudden creation in the Quran. There is nothing about evolution in the Quran. And also, we know the existence of the soul is a deadly blow to Darwinism and materialism, because the existence of soul cannot be explained through evolution. It denies all the Darwinist claims. And we have seen proteins are produced by living cells. Cyanobacteria is the first cell in the history of life. There's a deadly blow. Fossil evidence refute gradual evolution transition between species, because there are no transitional forms. 400 million fossils we have today. And Mr. Adnan Oktar pays, whoever brings a single transitional form, he will pay 5 million British pounds. 5 million British pounds. And I announced that, and it was announced to British media and world media. Nobody has appeared here since 40 years. That means no transitional forms, no evolution. There is no reason. If Allah could create through evolution, yes. But Allah did not. We see this from the fossil evidence, we see from the molecular biology and genetics. Allah does not need to create through evolution. So what is the reason to defend evolution, although it's not science? It is a falling trap. But I'm excluding the Muslim speakers there, but some Muslims, what they do is, they want it to be accepted by the majority, by Darwinists. They try to find a middle path.
One minute to go. Please wrap up.
They force to put this Darwinism nonsense in the Quran, but there is nothing about evolution in the Quran. So science is anti-evolutionist, science is anti-Darwinist, science is anti-atheist, science is anti-materialist. Inshallah, we are living in the end times. This is the times where Darwinism will be eradicated from the world and good morality will prevail in the world, inshallah. This is because Mahdi alayhi salam is alive in the world.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Dr. Babuna. Some bold claims there, certainly. £5 million for those who can find a transitional form. I'll certainly be searching for one. Dr. Abouheif, perhaps you've got a thing or two to say about those things. 10 minutes each for rebuttals now.
Could I have my PowerPoint slide put back on the... Okay, next slide. So, 5 million British pounds. Very confident. Of course, it doesn't exist. And that's why he's so confident to offer it. No species transmutes into another one. No species goes from species A, turns into species B, turns into species C. It just doesn't exist. We would never expect that you would get half a starfish and half a fish. I mean, it makes no sense at all. And so I then would offer 10 million pounds for somebody who would find a transitional fossil. And I say it confidently. Okay, I don't have them, but you know, I would say that I would offer this. I would find a way. So Dr. Babuna holds us strictly to Darwinian gradualism and step-by-step evolution. He wants to bring brothers and sisters and Muslims back to 1859, before we even discovered DNA, before we sequenced 1,000 genomes, before we could actually edit whole genomes. Well, I propose, I would like to take brothers and Muslims into the 21st century, not back to 1859. I would like to see a science where we actually stick to the facts. Recently, from these 1,000 human genomes, they sequenced the genomes of a mother, a father, the entire genome of a mother, father, and the brothers and sisters, and the children. And they found approximately 200 de novo mutations, okay, in the brothers and sisters, and in the offspring, in the daughters and sons. Well, they're perfectly fine. It's just a natural process of replication of the DNA. Let me show you, and then of course, there are multitudes of studies from Richard Lenski and others who actually do studies of artificial selection on bacteria that show that many of these mutations are actually beneficial and help organisms adapt to their environment. Unfortunately, I can't counter all the claims, but I'd like to counter this one, at least in a very visual way. And I'm going to counter all these claims from my own work that has come from my own lab. No fabrication, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today. And this is work that I've produced from the hard work of my students, PhDs, and postdocs. And the claim is, of course, that fossil species, if you take a fossil species and you take a modern species, they look exactly as they are today. Dr. Babuna says, why don't we bring fossils? I have, and I will pass it around the audience. I'll show you some of the fossils today. Why don't we bring to the next slide? Please. That's very kind. Okay. So this is the ant Specomyrma freyi. It was found in New Jersey, and it takes us back to 150 million years ago to New Jersey, from the rocks in New Jersey. And of course, most insects are fossilized in amber. That's the sap that comes from trees and traps the insects for a very long time. If you look at this, this fossil has a series of wasp-like and ant-like characteristics, as we would expect, because ants, bees, and wasps are all closely related. They're all cousins to one another. And subhanAllah, there is a Surah Al-Naml and Surah Al-Nahl in the Quran. Anyway, so the ants are derived wasps, and it has a series of wasp-like and ant-like characteristics. Of course, next slide, please. You can pick any ant species. I mean, there are thousands of ants. Ants are crawling everywhere. They're part of our daily lives. And you can pick an ant species, like this ant from the genus Formica, and say, look, they look similar. There's no evolution. Well, I challenge you, brothers and Muslims, to spend some time digging in nature, and you will see the remarkably endless forms that exist in there. And I would like to see Dr. Babuna explain the diversity that we see in the following slides. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, maybe not that fast. I mean, okay, next slide, please. Okay. I mean, there's remarkable, what I want to show you is just the remarkable diversity. This looks nothing like the fossil. There are blue ants. Next slide, please. I mean, just to mention, of course, he forgot to mention that not all animals have appeared in that period. There are animals that are not included in the Cambrian period that appear later, and that doesn't even include plants. Are we so arrogant to say that we shouldn't include plants in Allah's creation? Plants are not included in the Cambrian creation. They come much later. And even part of my own work, next slide, a paper I published in 1998, next slide. Here, you would expect if all animals appeared at the same time, it would be like a tree. Everything would just simultaneously appear from this radiation. While many animals that appear do, the animals which include humans don't. You can actually reconstruct differences. So even our expectations, there are some that don't expect to a sudden appearance. So the origination can include afterwards. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is the final thing, this idea that a protein, so he's using...
It's 3 different drawings, half ape, half man. But that kind of things never lived in the past. It's 3 different drawings, half ape, half man. But that kind of things never lived in the past.
You can't get half a protein, you need many proteins. And in the same way, you need an eye, a complete eye. Well, I've already showed you that in nature exist many different intermediate steps in an eye. And it applies to the cell as well. And what I'm going to show you some of my own work on water striders. This will take literally just a couple of seconds, but it's really fun. And I just want to end it off with, you know, evolution can actually be very fun science. Next slide. This will just take a couple. I'm just going to tell you about water striders. Water striders are animals that live their entire lives on the water surface. They use their mid legs as oars and their hind legs as rudders. SubhanAllah, perfectly adapted to rowing on the water surface. If you've been to any ponds in the UK, you will see them floating on the surface of the water. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Well, in these animals, there's a huge sexual conflict between males and females. And what you can see, of course, is this is different from the species I showed you. These are the females that have normal-looking antennae. The males have these incredibly elaborated antennae here. And this was recently published. We published this year in Science. My team, in collaboration with the University of Toronto and my postdoc. So here are these incredibly elaborate antennae. Next slide. Okay. Well, what we discovered, of course, is that they have these amazing spines and hooks and pads. Next slide. And these are perfectly adapted, like it is for swimming on the water. These spikes fit right in the back of the eyes. Next slide. And the hooks fit right underneath. So I'm just going to wrap up, but I'm just going to finish this one example. So here, right underneath. So it serves like a perfectly adapted system. Males evolve more armory to subdue the females, and the females fight back in a sexual conflict. And you would imagine that if you took away this armory of the male would be defenseless. The female would just kick him off. Okay? And next slide. Is it possible to show the link really quick? It's a 20-second link. See if he can. He's going to do it. He's going to see. I'm just going to show you what this conflict looks like. And then I'll get to the point of the irreducible complexity in a second. Okay. So this is narrated by my postdoc, by the way, Abdurrahman Kila, another Muslim who graduated.
Has a normal highly modified antennae.
So
he approaches from behind and jumps on the back of the female.
So he's using his antennae
with
there.
his antennae open. Then he clasps the antennae around her head. With the antennae in place, he pulls the female tail backward to flip it. Both male and female are now upside down, continuing to struggle. He then starts whipping his long legs to neutralize the female's attempts to extract herself before he flips her back again to normal posture. Finally,
yeah, that's enough, thanks. That's good.
He uses his crooked legs to bring female's body.
So the idea is he uses the antennae, he grips her, we can actually look at it, we can see them in this struggle, we can actually measure the mating success. What we've done, next slide please, very quickly. Up in the next minute, next slide. So there are actually techniques that we can actually knock down the genes. We can disrupt the genes and look at the effect of what they have on the animal. And we've discovered that a gene called distillus, which is present in all animals, including humans, by the way, if you knock down distillus, you can actually get rid of these spikes and these hooks. If you knock it down early in the development, it has all kinds of nasty effects. It makes the limbs smaller. That's why they call it distillus. But if you knock it down very late in development, it's very specific to these hooks, spikes, and pads, and it essentially eliminates them. But what we discovered was something very interesting. The behavior is not affected at all. It's just literally specific to these hooks, spikes, and pads. Next slide. What we discovered is that we can actually, by knocking down the gene in small doses, you can actually reduce this remarkable complexity in this adaptation of these limbs. You can actually take them down in gradual degrees. And when you actually knock it down in gradual degrees, you don't eliminate its function right away. You knock down the mating success of the male slowly but surely. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't need a complete protein to be effective. You just need a little bit of a cell, a little bit of a protein, a little bit of an eye, a little bit of hooks, spikes to have some advantage. And with that, as I said, I'll just have a closing remark. But I would like Dr. Babuna to explain some of these results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abouheif. So hopefully we can connect back with Dr. Babuna now in Istanbul, who has been listening and has heard the remarks. So the challenge that Dr. Abouheif has set for you, Professor Abouheif has set, is to explain, among many things, diversity in nature. He showed us a series of ants with huge diversity amongst them, or the fact that, as his research suggests, that you don't need a complete protein to be effective. You've got 10 minutes for your rebuttals, please, Dr. Babuna. Thank you.
All right. I mean, none of the examples given by Dr. Ehab supports evolution. I will explain you why. First of all, he talked about the diversity of the living things. Of course, they are diverse. There are millions of different species, and according to scientists, only 1% of them are alive. 99% became extinct because of natural conditions. But this is not evolution. Evolutionists have to show us the formation of the organs and the change from species to species. That is evolution, what's talking about. And Dr. Ehab is rejecting this fact of the evolution transition from species to species because he knows the fact there are no transitions showing the formation of the complex organ systems. For example, the formation of the wings. Of course, no evolutionists claim the wings appeared all of a sudden, the birds appeared all of a sudden with complete wings. This is against evolution, this is sudden creation. So they have to show us the formation of the wings over millions of years, step by step. 10% wing, 20% wing, little bit percent wing, 90%. But in none of these, we don't have any fossils of this, of course, and in none of these, the birds can fly. If the organ systems such as eye, the wings, the lungs, or gills appear all of a sudden complete and perfectly formed, they can function. Everybody knows that. For example, if a fish would step on the land, and fish has a gill. The gill is a very complex organ system. It can drive oxygen from the water. But a land animal has a lung. They are completely different organ systems with completely different structures, with completely different genetic information. How would that be possible, Dr. Ehab, and I'm asking you, to transform a gill step by step into a lung, and none of these transitions between these two complex organs will be functional, and how could it survive, and where are the fossils of that? Of course there are no fossils. This is illogical, irrational, and unscientific claim. What he has shown us, the pictures of some fossils and some animals is, these are, some of them are extinct animals, stable species. We are not talking about stable species. We are talking about transitions. Transitions, half fish, half reptile, half bird, fossils. That is the basic claim of evolution. And now, of course, he couldn't show, I pay 5 million pounds, I said. And also, according to evolution, these transitional forms must be pathological and asymmetrical because of the mutations. Mutations only generate pathology and asymmetry. He knows that very well. And these experiments were done by Darwinists for 60 years on bacteria and fruit fly. They generated pathological and asymmetrical fruit flies, and the bacteria, they all become crippled and they die. Now, going back to the Cambrian period, you see my slide over there. This is what happened in the Cambrian period. You see, this is the expectation of the Darwinism, a tree-like structure. They say first a single cell will appear by chance, and then it will diverse into different millions of species. The fossil record is on the right-hand side. You see, this line represents the Cambrian period. Before the Cambrian period, only 3 phylum exist, and 50 of them appears not in 20 million years, in 10 million years old period, all of a sudden with complex organ systems, and that is sudden creation. Before that, 3 phylums, and in 3.8 billion years ago, cyanobacteria appears all of a sudden. We have the fossil record, which can do photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is a very complex reaction. If any one of the proteins of photosynthesis is missing, it cannot function, it cannot survive. If any one of the organelles of a cell is missing, it cannot survive. Therefore, the first cell on Earth was necessarily a complete cell possessing all these required functions and organelles, and this is cyanobacteria. We have the fossil record. This is scientific evidence. And the scientific evidence of genetics and molecular biology. Now I will go into detail. He talked about some experiments. For example, he said Lenski's experiments. But that doesn't mean anything. In Lenski's experiments, it has always been shown there are either mutations due to deletion or duplication, and this is a loss of information. It's a proven fact. In none of these experiments, they got new genes, new proteins, new organs, brand new species. In none of them. There was loss of information. Sometimes this loss of information is beneficial in one environment, but if you change the environment, this is harmful to this crippled bacteria, and in these experiments, it cannot compete with the healthy bacteria, like in antibiotic resistance, for example. In antibiotic resistance, the mutations cause only harmful to the bacteria, but it makes it resistant to antibiotic. But if you remove the antibiotic from the environment, they become crippled. Or inherent mechanisms, the enzymes exist even before discovery of the antibiotics, for example, beta-lactamase before the discovery of penicillin, in vancomycin resistance, the enzymes before even the discovery of vancomycin from the very beginning, but these are not evolution. There is no mechanism which generates new genetic information. The only mechanism Allah created is replication of the DNA, letter by letter. And if there are any mutations, this is corrected by the correction mechanism. DNA polymerase, for example, it has that kind of capability, and other correction mechanisms which corrects the mutations, and also shuffling of the genes because of crossing over, matching the genetic information. For example, there are different human races, as you know, blacks, whites, Orientals, Eskimos, Indians. In these different races, the genes which gives the skin to the color to the skin is at least 3 different genes, but probably more than that. So different combination of these genes from the very beginning, which existed from Adam alayhi salam and his wife, from the very beginning, different combination generated this different human races. But this genetic information has been existing from the very beginning, and this is variation. This is not microevolution. Microevolution is an ideological concept of developed by. There is no evolution because there is no new genetic information. Insulin has been existing from Adam alayhi salam, since Adam alayhi salam, or thyroid hormone from Adam alayhi salam, crystalline of the eye from Adam alayhi salam. And irreducibly complexity of the organs, that is correct. But he has shown us different eye structures. But different eye structures, compound eye structure, there are refractive type eyes, there are reflection type of eyes, there are different eye structures. But these are perfect designs and appear all of a sudden in the history of life. They are not the steps of evolution. Evolution is, don't understand. For example, take the human eye. Human eye, there are different protein molecules like rhodopsin, for example, GTP, other proteins, which transforms photons into electric signals. If any one of these proteins is missing, for example, no crystalline protein, no lens means no seeing. No rhodopsin means no seeing, although all other components of the eye exist. So the eye must exist with all of its components intact at the same time at once. And we see in this fossil record, the eyes appear all of a sudden, like trilobite eye I talked about. Dr. Ehab should know that. Trilobite eye as a perfect compound eye structure with 3,000 lenses appears all of a sudden. There is no ancestors before the Cambrian period of the eye or of complex systems. Of course, the plants were created afterwards, after the Cambrian period, and reptiles and mammals, and at the end of this creation, the human beings. But this is the order of creation. This is not the order of the evolution, since there is no such thing as evolution. So whatever he gave as an example is just twisting the truth. For the examples he has given about the mutations, he generates these mutations on already existing genes. But he should be able, he must explain as an evolutionist the origin of these genes, the origin of these organs. But he cannot. How would DNA, for example, appear with all of its complexity in the history of life? How are the proteins could appear? There is no half protein. Take the insulin protein, for example. I will show you the structure of the insulin protein. And this is the insulin protein that, I'm sorry, let me show you, okay. You see the insulin protein over here on the screen. It consists of 100 and about 20 to 30 different protein molecules. If any one of these amino acids is missing or defective, it will not function. So insulin must exist with all of its amino acids in the right sequence. This is not enough. It must be three-dimensionally folded by the chaperone proteins, and there's only one alternative in the folding between the infinite numbers of alternatives, only once, and it only functions. So insulin must be existing from the very beginning as complete. There cannot be half insulin, there cannot be three-quarter insulin. Even if you change one amino acid, it is defective. For example, in the sickle cell anemia, in the hemoglobin molecule, only one amino acid is being changed. It's a fatal disease, and it is shows us hemoglobin must be existing from the very beginning as complete and perfectly formed. And we know this. How do we know this? From the fossils, because morphology is the same, means genetic information is the same. So there is no transitional form. That's the reason why he couldn't show the transitions, and then he denies to accept the fact of transition. But that's the evolutionist claim. Evolution means transition between species. If species appear separately and abruptly, that is not transition. That is not evolution, of course. That is sudden creation. And the scientific facts confirms this truth. This truth. And again, the formation of the proteins is very, very important, because for a single protein to exist, other proteins must exist, because proteins can only be synthesized by proteins. This is not enough. Right sequence of the protein is coded in the DNA. DNA must coexist, and DNA cannot exist without the proteins. Proteins cannot exist without the DNA. They must coexist. This is not enough. A complete living cell with all of its the components organized must exist at once in the history of life, and this is what happened. We know this from the fossil record. Cyanobacteria is a complete living cell.
One
Cyanobacteria.
minute to go, please, Dr. Babuna. If you could wrap up in just 1 minute.
Okay, and these evidences shows us, scientific evidences, evolution is not a fact. So we shouldn't Muslims shouldn't try to find a middle path between evolution because Darwinists are majority. That doesn't mean anything. In Allah says in the Quran, the majority are unbelievers. Do not follow the majority. What we should follow is the scientific evidences. Did Allah create through evolution? No. 400 million fossils tells us species appear abruptly, complete, and perfectly formed. If evolution is not a fact, if evolution would be a fact, for example, there would be transitions between the species, I would be the defender of evolution. And I would be a very good defender. I wouldn't leave it to Dr. Ehab. I would do it. But there is no evolution. So why should we accept evolution if it's not a fact? But the problem with Darwinism is it puts in the subconscious mind of the people, which is taught in the schools, struggle for survival of the fittest, which is not correct, of course. And this dialectics inevitably leads to communism, Marxism. Marx said, for Charles Darwin's book, this is the book, this is the basis in the history of life. This is the base of our ideology in the history of life, said for Charles Darwin's book and Darwinism. So he founded Marxism.
Thank you very much, Dr. Babuna. Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
So just to clarify what's happening now, Professor Abouheif will come back with a 5-minute rebuttal, and then we'll come back to you for your final 5-minute rebuttal if you are willing to stay with us, inshallah. So Dr. Babuna raised a number of issues. He questioned the alleged absence of transitions. He asked, is there such a thing as 20% of a wing? He asked, how does a gill become a lung gradually? And of course he raised something that was mentioned, which was the fact that prior to the Cambrian period we see a very limited species, and after that great diversity. I'm sure Professor Abouheif might want to come back to those in the Q&A, as he might not be able to cover them all in his 5-minute rebuttal, but I think there's definitely some food for thought. So can I invite you back up to the stage, Dr. Abouheif, or Professor Abouheif, excuse me.
Indeed, my brothers and sisters of Islam, I wish I could have the whole day, in fact, to myself, to be able to sort of rebut some of these claims. With just 5 minutes remaining, I first wanted to start, well, let me rebut just a few of the claims, just one or two, and then I will tell you why it's important that we move forward. New genes. Again, now that we've sequenced thousands of animals, we've sequenced the whole genetic codes of thousands of animals, the numbers of genes that those animals have are incredibly different from one gene to another. Humans have approximately 32,000 genes, whereas flies, the fruit fly, ants have approximately 14 to 15. So there are even animals, some plants even have more than 32,000 genes. There's a remarkable diversity of numbers of genes that have been arisen through gene duplication over time. Gene duplication is a form of mutation. So is shuffling. Transitions, we come back to the issue of transitions again. I have to emphasize evolution is not linear. We do not transmute from species A to species B to species C, so we would not expect to find transitional forms. It just doesn't make any sense. That's not the way evolution works. And finally, about continuity and discontinuity of evolution. And this brings me back to the point I made at the beginning. Evolution can be discontinuous. It can happen in saltational jumps. We have published a paper earlier this year in Science showing that we could, by just applying a little bit of hormone to species of ants that normally have just workers and soldiers, if by just, so in this one genus of ants there are 1,000 species, and only 8 of them have what are called super soldiers. So they have workers, soldiers, and super soldiers. We can go to any of the other 1,000 species that don't have them and apply a certain amount of hormone at just a certain time of development and activate these ancient genes and turn on super soldier development. We can get super soldiers in any species that doesn't have them. It's a very discontinuous thing. You have minor workers, soldiers, and super soldiers. Is it possible just to get a picture of what those super soldiers look like? If we can get my presentation very quickly, and then I'll move on to the next point and wrap up. Next, if we could go to the next slides. Next. Sorry. There. There's a gap between sometimes variation in nature is discontinuous. There's a soldier, of course, and right next to it are the ominous super soldiers. Next slide. I just want to go through this really quickly. So there in those species, in the species that I have, where it says natural XSD, there the super soldiers exist naturally. Next species, next slide. Well, by just applying the hormone, we could go to different species and actually get those super soldiers to develop, even in species that don't have them. Next slide. Next slide. We can do it in almost any of the 1,000 species. Just because what you see might be the same doesn't mean that the variation, the continuity of evolution doesn't exist. Now, just to wrap up, Dr. Babuna, as I said before, wants to bring us back to 1859 to Darwin. He wants to ignore all of the amazing discoveries we've made from DNA to genome editing to epigenetics to genomics, all of these things that have revolutionized our understanding of evolution and have revolutionized the way we look at the evolutionary process. It doesn't have to be gradual. It can occur in spurts. It can happen fast. It can happen gradually. It can happen step by step. For the most part, we do expect a lot of intermediate forms between species, but we don't have to hold ourselves to ignorance, going back to only what Darwin knew in 1859. So, again, I hope that Muslim brothers and sisters, we can look forward to the 21st century. I'm just going to quickly wrap up. When just remembering that biological evolution, the descent with modification from common ancestors is a fact. But evolutionary theory is still open. We want to know exactly how this played out and how this happened. And I invite everybody in this audience to take part, to become scientists, to actually seek truth in the Quran and actually look to see how this played out. Does it obviate? Do we have to deny the existence of Allah? Absolutely not. No experiment I could ever do in my lab would ever obviate the existence of Allah. It's absolutely not true. Now, one thing is, I just want to bring an example. If we have two choices as the Muslim community. We can either deny the truth and remain technological consumers. Saudi Arabia, just a couple of years ago, when they were fought against a hard vaccine, they were trying to find a vaccine for a strong flu virus. Who did they have to call? Because they didn't know how to apply evolutionary principles to find how viruses evolve very quickly. They had to call the West. Will we continue to rely on Western science, or will we innovate and embrace our own science? And that's a very utilitarian perspective. But of course, as Sister Maryam had said before, there's a philosophical importance to actually seeking truth, as the Quran tells us to. Because if we don't seek the truth, the evolution is not the only difficult matter to come and challenge us as a Muslim community. As we can edit genomes, we have to face many more scientific truths. And if we're not ready by embracing biology and moving into the 21st century, we will end up questioning our own faith. We might be crumbling our own faith. And this is not something we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum, and let's look forward to the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Abouheif. So, Dr. Babuna, are you back with us? You've got 5 minutes for your rebuttal, please, inshallah.
Yes, now I congratulate Dr. Ehab. He admitted that evolution does not exist. You know what he said? This is very important. Back. He said, the species, we see the species, saltations, in saltations. You know what saltations means? This is exactly what I show you on the slide, what Niles Eldridge says. I want to repeat it, remind you that the record jumps. The record jumps means there is no evolution, no transition between species. So he admitted that there are no transitional forms. No transitional forms means no evolution, of course, no gradualism. And then he talked about duplication, and he talked about epigenetics, so the so-called mechanisms of evolution. No. This is what duplication is. You see on the screen, I'm showing you the picture on the screen. This is a picture of what duplication means. Duplication is duplication of the genetic information. So first of all, duplications are always harmful because you get twice as much proteins as of a gene. For example, imagine this is a gene of an insulin producing gene. So duplication of insulin producing gene means production of insulin hormone twice as much. This is of course harmful. It causes hypoglycemia, coma, shock, and death. This is not evolution. And this is duplication of already existing genetic information. So evolutionists have to explain the origin of genetic information, how the gene of insulin hormone did originate. They cannot. Duplication is harmful. It's like, for example, imagine a book. If you duplicate one of the chapters and put in this chapter in somewhere else in the book, would that increase the information in this book? No. And it will, in fact, will make some chapters meaningless, because if it goes into the middle of another chapter, it will make it meaningless without increasing the information. This is not evolution. It cannot be an evolution mechanism. Epigenetics is not also a mechanism, because in epigenetics, there are inheritable changes in the genes without changing DNA sequence. Without changing DNA sequence means no new genetic information. Turning off and turning off the genes without changing DNA.
Dr. Babuna, can I just hold you for a second there? Would you be able to speak directly into your mic? We're just getting some issues with the sound. I just want to make sure the audience can hear you really well. So if you're able to just speak really into the mic, that would be very helpful. Thanks very much.
Can you hear me okay now? All right. Epigenetics is not evolution, of course. Epigenetics, actually, the advances in the genetics and molecular biology totally refuted evolution. Epigenetics is inheritable changes in the genetic information without changing DNA sequence, like turning off genes, turning off or turning on the genes. But these genes have been existing from the very beginning. Allah created a mechanism which these epigenetics, for example, different organ forms are formed with the same genetic information. This is not evolution. So there is no mechanism, and he admitted that, Dr. Ehab admitted that, which can generate new genetic information. There are only mechanisms created by Allah, like gene shuffling and epigenetics, which only uses the already existing genetic information, different combinations of that. And duplication is a harmful mechanism of mutation, which only brings harm. It's not a new genetic information, duplication of already existing genetic information. Now, I want to tell you now a very important topic right now. The way we see is there are photons which are emitted by the electrons coming into our eye and transmitted into electric signals. There is no light in our brains. There is complete darkness, complete silence. There is no sound. The vibration of the atoms outside are turned into electric signals, and these electric signals are interpreted in our brains as vision, three-dimensional colorful vision, as movements, for example, as sound, as taste, as smell. So there is no sound, there is no taste, there is no light in the brains, and not even outside. The atoms are completely dark. 99% is the complete darkness. So what is the being which interprets these electric signals as sound, as vision? This is our soul. It's not the atoms of the brain. Brain itself is actually a perception of the soul. And who is the creator of these perceptions? Allah. So the existence of the soul, which is a metaphysical being, totally, completely eliminates Darwinism and materialism. Completely eliminates evolution. The matter is perceived by us as a perception. And Allah is the creator of these perceptions, like in our dreams. In our dreams, we see this room, for example. This could be a dream. You are seeing, you see some sounds, but this could happen in your dreams. And in your dreams, I don't exist. This room does not exist, but this vision, this taste, this smell, and this touching sensation exists, completely exists. But Allah creates these perceptions.
Can I ask you to wrap up in 1 minute, please, Dr. Babuna?
And the existence, scientific existence of the soul completely eliminates evolution and Darwinism. And we are coming to a new era. Darwinism and materialism will be eradicated, and Islamic morality will prevail the world. And this is as a glad tidings by our Prophet at the time of the end times we are living in right now, with the appearance of the Mahdi alayhi salam and Isa alayhi salam. And this is a glad tidings of our Prophet of Allah, inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Babuna, for that contribution. Dr. Babuna will join us again for the extended Q&A at the end of today.
Please welcome Professor Fatimah Jackson.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. I'm very grateful to be here, and after thanking Allah, I thank the Deen Institute for assembling this conference. I know there was some controversy, but we Muslims are not afraid of controversy. We only fear Allah. So I am a human biologist. I have a PhD in biological anthropology. I do teach courses in evolution. In fact, to tell you the truth, I studied evolution before I accepted Islam. Evolution was no hindrance for me to become Muslim. And when I teach courses and talk about the beauty of Allah's creation, I say to my students, very few of whom are Muslim, most are Christians or Jews, and I say to them, look at the similarities, the genetic similarities among all of the life that has been created. That is a sign of the signature of a single artist. And I say to them, you would never confuse a Monet painting with a Van Gogh. You would never confuse it, because every artist has a signature, has a style of presenting their creativity. And the style that we see is in the unity of the genetic message across all living species on this planet. So I'm, again, very grateful to be here to really, for the first time among Muslims, to share this idea of evolution and try to put it in the Islamic context that I have internalized as a practicing Muslim. So I have a few slides. I'm going to try to run through them. What I'd like to do is talk about evolution in meaning biological evolution. I'd like to talk about the significance of evolution in the 21st century now, differentiate between microevolution and macroevolution, talk about the problem of with the concept of species or what we understand to be a species, and then really get to this heart of what is human evolution. Because as I've talked with colleagues, with other Muslims, the problem really is humans. That we want to know, where do we fit in this world? Where do we belong? And what are the forces that control us in terms of how do we change? Remember that science, especially evolutionary science, is designed to tell you how things change, not why. Why comes from our Islam. You know, when we want to know why something happened, we go to the Islam. And then I have finally to say something about the modern challenges, new data that actually expands this neo-Darwinian paradigm. So we want to say, first of all, that evolution is due to changes in inherited characteristics of biological populations over generations. And we know that things change. The only thing that doesn't change is Allah. But everything else changes. Everything else evolves, changes, evolves. That's all evolution really means. It doesn't mean there's no God. It doesn't mean that humans are in control. It only means that things change. Human evolution refers to the evolutionary process leading to the appearance of modern humans. And we are a single species, Homo sapiens sapiens. There actually are no biological races among humans. There's variation, but we are all so closely related that the small differences between us are really very minor from a scientific point of view. Human evolution is really just a part of this larger pattern of evolution on the planet. In other words, we see ourselves biologically as being part of a larger biological system. And human ancestry, our own species, is really very recent. As Allah says, wasn't there a time when we were like not even thought of, not known of? So We can't be so egocentric, we can't be so childish to think it's just all about us, that the party didn't begin until we showed up. The party's been going on. Allah in His majesty has been changing and creating and producing species before the human being came into existence. And we fully expect that this process will continue. Hopefully not today. Hopefully it won't end for us today. But the final end of all species is extinction. In human evolution, we're particularly interested in the genus Homo. In fact, I showed you the Latin name for us, Homo sapiens sapiens. So that first Homo, that's the genus. Sapiens is the species name. That second sapiens is the subspecies name, which is the same as the racial name. So if people ask you, what is your race? Just tell them you're sapiens. So why is evolution important? First of all, evolution is the outcome of adaptation to changing environments. So the environment is very important. This is why a mutation like sickle cell, which is a mutation, is advantageous in a malarial environment, but outside of that environment, it's deleterious. Nothing in biology makes sense outside of the context of evolution, because what evolution is an organizing principle, that's all. It's an organizing principle for taking all the diversity that we see in life and trying to make sense of it, okay? So it's not just random bits of information. And finally, without biology, it's impossible to understand medicine and other fields. And we must not, especially as Muslims, deprive ourselves of contributing to the areas of biological sciences, to the areas of medicine. We have an important contribution to make, but without understanding this overriding evolutionary paradigm, it's very difficult to make that contribution, maybe even impossible, because you want to understand antibiotic-resistant bacteria, for example. So the key philosophical questions are humans, biologically, are humans part of the rest, separate from the rest of creation, or are we part of the natural world? And in a sense, this ego versus nature kind of depicts it. Are we a part of the magnitude, the magnificence of Allah's creation, or are we somehow separate from that? And remember, we're only talking about the biological. We're not talking about people's souls. That's another domain. That is not something that can be quantified by science. Science can only tell us about a little part of the world that can be quantified, that can be measured. That which cannot be measured, like the content of one's soul, that science can't measure that. Sometimes we forget it, especially when we're accusing other people of having no souls. These naturalistic explanations of what happens in the universe are not antithetical to belief in Allah. These explanations are a human attempt to understand how nature works. We are simply exploring the natural world created by Allah. And we have to be humble in our exploration, because we know we don't have all the answers. But because we believe firmly in the logic of Allah's creation, we explore it so as to get closer to Him. You hear what I'm saying? We want to get closer to Allah. We don't want to just be dogmatic, blindly following. We want to really feel the presence of Allah. And we do that through the study of the natural world. So living organisms that I'm showing here, they sit like leaves at the tips of the branches of the tree of life. All of this is created by Allah. And humans are part of that. I tell my students, and I tell you, that the unity of life is a manifestation of the singularity of its creator. And the creator is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. because of this continuity of life forms, we scientists have had to develop specific sets of criteria to identify a distinct species. It's not just random, you know. This is the Linnaean classification system where species are down here at this lower edge. But we have to examine evolution as it occurs at all of these levels of analysis. The professional designation of a species includes information on the ecology of the species, the geography, where is it located, its genetics, its anatomy, its physiology, its behavior. That's the problem with fossils, is that with a fossil you can't get the genetic information because a fossil is a rock. So we haven't been able to extract DNA from a fossil. When we get DNA, Neanderthal DNA, it's from a subfossil, meaning that there's still organic material there. But if there's no organic material, we can't get the genetic information. Therefore, even when you see morphologies that look similar between a fossil and a living organism, it doesn't mean that the genetics are identical. It doesn't mean that at all. We can't test that. Species are dynamic, they're constantly changing over time in response to different environmental conditions. And one of the things I'd like to present to you is later on in the talk is about epigenetics. And I'm sorry that Dr. Babuna misspoke about epigenetics. Epigenetics doesn't change the gene. It only changes the gene expression, but the gene stays the same. So epigenetics doesn't undermine evolution. It expands evolution. It makes us understand that the environment is very important in the expression of the genes and what protein will actually be expressed by the genes. So this is a wonderful thing, but it doesn't undermine evolution, it only expands it. And finally, let's see, these are microevolutionary changes that we're usually talking about within a species, but then those changes can accumulate over time so that we see a macroevolutionary event. That is something new that seems to be emerging, but it's been emerging gradually, gene by gene by gene, okay? Macroevolution refers to changes above the species level, so that the genus, family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, domain levels, okay? So when we talk about humans, humans fit biologically into the order primates, and these are all of the primates, their classes. And we start off millions of years ago, actually about 84 million years ago with the earliest primates, and they're preceded by a pre-primate, a proto-primate, as we would say, a precursor to the primates. And they have their own lineages. So this notion that we came from monkeys is false. Like, you can't look at a baboon and say, oh, that's my ancestor. That's silly. All of the contemporary primates, they have their own trajectories, you know? And we have our own. So, but the notion is that there was a common ancestor. And then that common ancestor diversified. And then the diversification proceeded over many, many, many generations until we have lorises and lemurs and tarsers and New World monkeys and Old World monkeys and the small-bodied apes and then the great apes. And in terms of our anatomy, we most favor the great apes. In terms of our anatomy, we most favor the great apes. And I've spent some time in Rwanda chasing the mountain gorillas. And I'll never forget chasing these gorillas until finally they slowed down and waited for us. And I looked at the gorillas in the eye. They have these beautiful brown eyes. Wallahi, I felt there was an intelligence behind the eye. If we could just take time to understand their position in Allah's creation. You know, it was really, really something, you know. So I could see the similarities. If you've ever seen ape hands, they're like our hands. Their feet are not like our feet, but their hands are like our hands. And so you recognize that anatomically there is this continuity, this connection, but they have been on their own trajectory. So the common ancestor is not any contemporary ape. The common ancestor would be something 84 million years ago, or 7 million years ago, or 14 million years ago in the case of the orangutan and human. So what do we know about, scientifically, about the sequence of human evolution? And these are some questions that I posed. And I want to remind you that, you know, I've been a Muslim for a very long time. And I've thought about these. And I've been an evolutionary biologist and a scientist for a very long time. And I've had to reconcile this within myself and understand and try to use what seems to some people to be a contradiction I've tried to use that as a way of getting deeper into my faith. Are human biology and behavior subject to the same kinds of changes that we see in other life forms? And the answer to that is yes, we are subject to those changes. You know, if we were to flood a room of mammals with high levels of carbon monoxide, all of the mammals would die, all of them. We are subject to the same kinds of changes. We produce mutations. We are subject to genetic drift. We are subject to natural selection. Does our species remain unchanged while all other life changes? No. Only Allah remains unchanged. Everything else changes, and I think we should say alhamdulillah behind that, because we don't want to stay the same way all the time. We want there to be progress, just like we want something better for our children than we want for ourselves. So we want to see progress. If we have changed over time, what did this change come from, and how did we change? Well, this is the mission of that evolutionary paradigm, to help us understand what changed and how did it change. Okay? What is the scientific evidence for such change, and are we still changing? The answer to both of those are yes. There's scientific evidence. Now, this is a diagram. This is a diagram that speaks to it summarizes the fossil hominids, that is, the human-like creatures that have been found. And you can see that we go all the way back to 7 million years ago with Sahelanthropus chilensis, way up at the top. And then through the millions of years, not thousands of years, millions of years, we see these forms that emerge, and the lines indicate when they were first observed and when we no longer find them in the fossil record. So as you can see, if this is the present time here, these species are all extinct. They are creations of Allah, but they didn't make it into the present time. The green lines represent examples of the genus Homo, which is our species, Homo, okay? When we're down here at the very bottom, what you can see here is that some of the species lasted a very short time. Others lasted, like Homo erectus, for a very long time. We're down here at the bottom. We really haven't been around that long. But for the first time in 2 million years, we only have one kind of human on the planet. Only one kind, Homo sapiens. So it behooves us to understand our place in nature, to appreciate this wonderful position Allah has put us in, to study His creation. Now, the model that we have, and we're really coming up with new discoveries every day, is that the model that we're working with is that about 2 million years ago, we're picking up Homo ergaster, which becomes, thank you, we're picking, you know, they say, never give a Jackson the microphone. Because we're going to either preach or sing or dance. I'll only do the former, preaching. I won't do any singing or dancing. So, but here you have a Homo ergaster, which is the predecessor to Homo erectus. And so we're going up through time here, and you can see that the species is changing. The genus is the same, Homo, but the species is changing gradually through time. What's interesting and what has recently been discovered is that our species actually has remnants of DNA from some of these archaic species. Kind of alarming. The first group they found it in were in Europeans. They found that many Europeans had segments of DNA from Neanderthals, Homo neanderthalensis. Then they found another archaic Homo species, the Denisovans, and their DNA also shows up in some of the Southeast Asians and into Australia. And then they said, well, we're finding this, but what about the Africans? We're finding now some remnants of Homo heidelbergensis, and it's not showing here, but I'll show it to you on another slide, where Homo heidelbergensis contributed. So you're seeing this gradual change over time in the emergence of modern humans. We seem to be kind of a hybrid species in a sense, and we're still making sense out of all of this, but the important thing is that the pre-modern humans, that is the ones before us, are not monkeys. The pre-modern humans have elements that remind us of ourselves. That suggests that while we are important, we're not the special creations the way that the creationists, so-called creationists, would have us believe. That there's greater depth, there's greater nuance, there's greater complexity than their simple arguments would allow for. I prefer to embrace that truth. So here we're looking at the emergence of modern humans in recent evolutionary time. And we're starting again 2 million years ago with Homo erectus. The heidelbergensis you can see is there. If we follow these lines, at some point we can find genetic Hawa. Genetic Hawa. She would be the woman who showed a mitochondrial DNA type that is the foundation for all of the mitochondrial DNA that we have. Okay, so you know about the mitochondria, right? That these are organelles that are in the cell. They used to be separate, independent organisms, but then they were brought together in the creation of multi-celled organisms. They have their own DNA. You have inherited the mitochondria from your mother. So your mitochondria and your mother's is identical. It passes through the maternal lineage. Just as those of you who are men, you have a Y chromosome from your father. So we can trace the variation, the genetic variation in Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA, and we can go back and calculate when genetic Adam and genetic Hawa actually existed. What are the mechanisms that cause change? Because we are not identical now to genetic Adam or genetic Hawa. We can tell that. We can look at the diversity in modern humans. As generations pass, mutations occur naturally. They occur naturally at a rate of about 10 to the minus 5. These mutations allow us to trace distinct ancestral lines, and they also give us information about more recent ancestry. So mutation, along with gene flow, along with genetic drift, recombination, natural selection, and artificial selection, as in the the production of all these different breeds of domesticated dogs, that's artificial selection, but it nonetheless produces diversity. So these are our artistic renditions of what might some of our pre-modern humans look like. And no one would deny that they look very human-like, but from a biological point of view, they're not Homo sapiens. When and where did some early modern humans migrate from Africa? Because we know the origins of humanity in terms of the fossil evidence and the genetics are in Africa. We know that about 70,000 years ago, we get groups coming out of Africa, and what's so interesting is that there were several routes that had been proposed. The southern route, going from what is now Djibouti to what is now Yemen, ends up being the preferred way. And the reason for that is during a glacial period, the water is kind of sucked up in the ice, so it leaves the ground bare, so that people can cross what is now the Red Sea. At that time, 65,000 years ago, the Red Sea, there were places where it was only about 16 inches high. So you could walk across from Africa to Arabia. So the first migrations of modern humans who evolved in Africa and then moved into Arabia, from there followed the coastlines, okay, because there was food there. You follow the coastlines into India, into Southeast Asia, into Australia. Other groups began to move up into Central Asia or Eurasia, then going west into Europe. Other groups moved around into Asia, populating East Asia, and some groups then moved from Central Asia all the way down to the Americas. And it's the genetic lineage that we can trace to reconstruct these models. It's not just something we made up. It's like we're looking at the genetics. For example, I'll tell you, my maternal lineage is Native American. I'm African American, but my maternal lineage is Native American. So when they looked at my mitochondrial DNA, they said, your ancestors, your maternal ancestors are in Siberia. It was very shocking. I started going to Chinese restaurants saying, oh, my new peeps. So they kept saying, now where exactly in Asia are you from? So, you know, Allah's messages are all around us. Science helps us decode those messages, again, so that we can be closer to Allah, so that we can feel the Islam in our hearts, so it influences our behavior. These are the modern day miracles. You know, we don't have the benefit of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ here with us, but it keeps him fresh in our minds. I'm sorry. I have to preach what I believe. And I'm a scientist. I believe, I understand the evolution. It's not a belief system, it's a reality, it's the fact. And I believe in Allah. This is, again, more on the out of Africa route. This is based on genetic recombination. So whatever method we use, it gives us a little bit more information that we add to the model. It invigorates, it makes the evolutionary paradigm more robust. Here we're using, again, genetics. We see an origin part. This is where the first circle here, over here is the movement out of Africa into the Arabian Peninsula. Moving around here, we know that South Asia was a very important point in terms of human evolution, because from there, groups then migrated out elsewhere, and this going on, okay? Now, genetic Adam and genetic Hawa, who were they? Again, I kind of preempted this slide by showing you, by saying that genetic Adam is the genetic ancestor of all modern human males, based upon
the Y chromosome data. The Y chromosome is the smaller of the two entities there. Okay? This is the human X and Y chromosome from a scanning electron micrograph. Who was genetic Hawa? That means the genetic ancestor of all modern humans based upon the mitochondrial DNA data. This is the depiction of the migration patterns of males. Now, early modern males didn't necessarily move together with early modern females, okay? Some of the earliest migrants out of Africa, we think, were young males. And it probably has differences to do in the sexes. You know, that some of these young males, they just want to go explore things. They just want to move around. So you find more evidence of early males moving out quickly, trying out, moving into different areas. And the letters represent the different types of Y chromosome variants that we find in different regions. This group, I'm not tall enough to reach it, but do you see that Q up there at the very top? That was just a very small group of a small tribe in northern Central Asia, but a few brothers from there were among the first to make the migrations to the Americas. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So most of the humans, in Native American peoples in North America have this Q, Y chromosome, and here's where it's derived from. But that, you see, is connected to this and comes down, comes down, comes down, all the way to genetic Adam. Okay. Then this is for the mitochondrial DNA. And actually this should show L0 as genetic Hawa rather than L1. But we can see that we get these variants in Africa, and then they cross over into the rest of the world, and N and M come out of L3. And then look at this diversity in Europe. Part of this tremendous mitochondrial diversity, it tells us about the social structure in Europe, that these were small groups of people that really held on to their women. There wasn't a lot of movement of women. Going across here, now when we get into the Americas, you get A, B, C, D, and then X. X is interesting because X shows up here in Europe. We don't know if this X came from a lost Viking or where this X came from, but it's kind of interesting. So the diversity, all of this diversity here in these letters are derived from genetic Hawa. And we can show that looking at comparing the genetic patterns. Again, following the genetic footprints out of Africa, the first modern humans out of Africa settled in Arabia. And I went to a very nice exhibit recently at the Smithsonian Institute, and they showed the archaeology of Arabia. And I was surprised they showed some tools that were very simple tools. And I said, why are those tools in Arabia? Oldowan tools, they're called. They just look like rocks, you know, but they're minimally fashioned. And yet those tools show up in Arabia means that early humans, early modern humans were there. So these are conceptual issues, and I'll wrap this up. This is my last section. The epigenome, and Dr. Babuna mentioned the epigenome or epigenetics. Let me give you a more complete understanding of the epigenome. So the epigenome is the totality of changes, chemical changes around the DNA. And as I've depicted here, you see these menthol groups. When they are in proximity to a particular gene, they can influence which protein is produced by that gene. Because any one gene can produce 4 or 5 different isoforms of a particular protein. You know, when I was when I was in school, they said 1 gene, 1 protein. But then now that we've sequenced the entire human genome, we realize there's not that many genes. My God, a tomato plant has more genes than we do. So, you know, but that's because plants are stationary. So they have developed all kinds of chemical signals to get us to eat them or not eat them, you know. Humans, we're locomotor, we move, and other animals. So these mental groups here can influence which protein is being expressed by this particular gene, but it doesn't change the gene. It only changes gene expression. That's important. Whoops. So what that does is it gives us even more chances for variability while keeping us united as a species. Okay? Epigenetics is broadly defined as inherited, environmentally derived modifications to gene expression that are achieved without alterations in the nucleotide sequence of the gene itself. Now, these epigenetic changes, as far as we can tell, they only last for about 4 generations. So they're not permanent in a real evolutionary sense. They're important, but they can be changed, even within the lifetime. So any of you ladies who are thinking about having a baby, be sure to take your folic acid, because the folic acid will change the epigenome, making it more favorable for appropriate development of your fetus. You know, so we can change through diet. We can change through environmental exposures the nature of the epigenome. Another conceptual issue is in terms of craniometry. When we look at, these are the skulls of some of those extinct hominids that I showed you before, starting with Sahelanthropus over here on the end here, going all the way down to modern humans here. Now, if you look at these skulls, what I want you to notice is this frontal lobe right here, okay? This frontal area. Do you see how the frontal area becomes bigger, rounder, more vertical over time? So that by the time we get to modern humans, we have a frontal bone right here that is actually vertical. It's not sloping back. This is very important, I think, because behind the frontal bone sits the frontal lobe of the brain. The frontal lobe of the brain is concerned with executive cognitive processes. This is the emotional control center. It's the home to our personality. The frontal lobes are involved in motor function, problem solving, spontaneity, memory, language, initiation, judgment, impulse control, social and sexual behavior. This is really important. So when Allah says that He will grab the disbelievers by their lying, sinful forelocks, and I said, what is He talking about? Lying, sinful forelocks. This is an outcome of our evolution, that we have the capacity to make choices, sometimes bad choices, that we are responsible for. Biocultural adaptations are the most important factor in human evolution. As modern humans wandered around in and out of Africa, many changes occurred in our lineage, producing our current patterns of modern human variation. But in spite of our variation, in spite of the so-called differences between us, I am absolutely convinced that Allah doesn't care about that at all. He cares about what is in our hearts. And this, of course, is from the Quran. That, O mankind, we have created you from a single pair, a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other and not despise each other. Verily, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is the one who is the most righteous of you, that is, has taqwa, and Allah has full knowledge of all things and is well acquainted. That's what's important. All the other superficial baggage here, the shell, this is our test. The heart, the spirit, the soul is from Allah. We can't measure that scientifically, but we know it as Muslims. So this was honestly, my last one. From Shaykh Harun. He says the Quran and the Sunnah neither confirm nor deny the theory of biological evolution or the process referred to as natural selection. The question of evolution remains purely a matter of scientific inquiry. The theory of evolution must stand or fall on its own scientific merits. And that means the physical evidence that either confirms the theory or conflicts with it. So why shouldn't we investigate? Why shouldn't we study the diversity that Allah has created so as to understand His creation and ourselves better? Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jackson, for that fascinating lecture. So I'm sure you've all got loads of questions. If you could hold on to those, write them down somewhere for the extended Q&A session. We're moving on now promptly to this afternoon's theological discussion on evolution. So if I could invite Professor Abouheif back to the stage, Professor Abouheif, and I'd also like to invite Shaykh Yasir Qadhi, who's now with us. Please, could you join us on the stage, Shaykh Yasir Qadhi? Could you give a warm round of applause? So, Shaykh Yasir Qadhi, for many of us, needs no introduction, but I'll introduce him all the same. He graduated with a BSc in Chemical Engineering from the University of Houston, after which he was accepted as a student at the Islamic University of Medina. After completing a diploma in Arabic, he graduated with a BA from the College of Hadith and Islamic Sciences and completed an MA in Islamic Theology from the College of Dawah. He's in the final stages of completing his PhD in Religious Studies from Yale University in the US. His dissertation revolves around the methodology of Ibn Taymiyyah in reconciling reason with revelation in Islam. He's appeared on the BBC's Doha Debates, and his work has been profiled by a cover story in the New York Times. Shaykh Yasir Qadhi is a resident scholar of Memphis Islamic Center, and he's also a lecturer at Rhodes College in the Department of Religious Studies. So this afternoon's discussion session will go along the same format as this morning's. In other words, each speaker will have 20 minutes opening statements, followed by 10-minute rebuttals and 5-minute closing statements. I'm going to ask each speaker to stick to their times, please, inshallah. And I'm going to ask Dr. Usama Hasan if he would kindly begin. Thanks very much. Dr. Usama Hasan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. In the name of Allah, merciful, most merciful. First, I'd like to thank Allah and praise Allah for gathering us all here today. And then I'd like to thank the Deen Institute, Adam, Miriam, and everybody involved for their wonderful organizing. So actually, before I launch in, just a brief reminder, alhamdulillah, of debate. There's two famous quotes from Imam Shafi'i, which many of you will be familiar with. And of course, the last point there, debate should be a search for truth and learning, not a boxing match for scoring points. I say that the last debate I took part in was billed as a boxing match. It even had round 1, round 2, round 3. So, and it's not good for the people taking part or the audience, so I thought I'd make that point. Okay, those are the main issues I will talk about. The first one is the fact that evolution is a Muslim theory. I would like to say, based on the two Muslim biology professors we've heard this morning, and many others, is that last point. There is basically scientific ijma' or consensus on the theory of fact, as they said, of evolution. All right? So biology professors will tell you evolution is not a theory anymore, it's a fact. And my main presentation is around, this is well known in scientific circles, right? That evolution is totally accepted, it is the foundation of modern biology and medicine and everything else. On the other hand, it's true to say that most Muslim scholars, religious scholars, traditional scholars, reject evolution or parts of evolution, And often they will say this is kufr, or it denies God, etc., etc., right? And you know, I used to, I was brought up like many Muslims, believing Darwinism was all wrong, evolution was all kufr, etc., etc. I remember giving, less than 15 years ago, giving a talk in Masjid Tawheed in Leighton based on a Harun Yahya book, Evolution Deceit. Giving a talk based on that. Because I didn't know much biology. But then I learned, like many of my friends who went through that phase, actually looked into it and learned and looked at the sciences, and we realized actually it's not true. And a lot of that material is all discredited, basically. But I'll try to dwell on some of the issues. So how do we bridge this gap? Basically, religious scholars generally saying one thing, this is wrong, and kufr, completely wrong. And on the other hand, total, pretty much ijma of the scientific community, including leading Muslim professors, as we've heard today. Right. First point, evolution is actually a Muslim theory. Now, you and I could argue, some people would argue that it's Islamic or not. It's certainly developed by Muslims. Who said this? John William Draper, a 19th century head of the American Chemical Society, one of the founders of the New York School of Medicine, a friend of Charles Darwin and a contemporary, and also English-born. Read his book. I recommend his book highly. It's called The History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science. You can find it online, okay, in many places. He refers to evolution. Remember, he was living in Darwin's time, 19th century there, and Darwin had just published his theory. Evolution was a big new thing. He calls evolution the Mohammedan, i.e. Muslim theory of the evolution of man from lower forms, or his gradual development to his present condition in the long lapse of time. He goes on to say that we flatter ourselves in the West, thinking we're always ahead of everybody else. He said, thus our modern doctrines of evolution and development were taught in their schools, and they took them further. He's talking about the Muslims, the Mohammedans. But you know, well worth reading the book in more detail. Okay. Now, what's he talking about? How can John William Draper say, 150 years ago almost, that evolution is a Muslim theory? And 150 years now, we're discussing whether we have understood or misunderstood evolution. What is he talking about? Well, he knew of Al-Jahiz, for example, 9th century, and his Kitab al-Hayawan, the Book of Animals. So he knew about, well, the last 3 points. He understood ecosystems, he understood natural selection, he understood adaptation. This is a recent book, Rebecca Stott Darwin's Ghost. She talks about that in great detail. Jim Al-Khalili, well known in the UK, in his book Pathfinders, he quotes from Al-Jahid's Kitab al-Hayawan that dogs, foxes and wolves must have descended from a common ancestor, looking at the similarities. So this is, 9th century, over 1,000 years ago, Al-Jahid's seeing common descent, which Professor Ehab talked about earlier. Common descent. And there are many, many other examples, of course. Then there was Ibn Miskawayh and the Brethren of Purity, who laid the foundation for a lot of Muslim science. They had this idea, again, in the 10th century. This is the Ikhwan al-Safa, of course, in their Rasail. They talked about different worlds, the mineral world, plant world, animal world, and human world. And they talked about these worlds, one going to the other. And the person who revived this, who dug this up, was Dr. Muhammad Hamidullah, the very famous 20th century hadith scholar. And much of hadith scholarship in the last century owes a lot to Muhammad Hamidullah. And he dug this up and said, look, this is the kind of thing that people were talking about. Now, I'll put monkey in brackets. Where did that come from? They clearly understood many things which... Now, I apologize. I have 2 Muslim biology professors, and some of the things I'm going to say are not going to be quite accurate, biologically speaking, yeah? So please correct me later. And some of these ideas are from a long time ago. But I'm trying to show that this is actually not a new topic. Muslims have thought and discussed these issues for centuries. And I'll come to some of the modern writings on it later, probably in my part 2. This is a famous quote from Ibn Khaldun. It's worth repeating again. It's in his Muqaddimah. He says, one should then look at the world of creation. It started out from the minerals and progressed in an ingenious, gradual manner to plants and animals. The last stage of minerals is connected to the first stage of plants, such as herbs and seedless plants. The last stage of plants, such as palms and vines, is connected with the first stage of animals, such as snails and shellfish, which have only the power of touch. He was basically saying, pebbles, minerals, look a lot like seeds, which give you plants. But they don't just look like it, yeah? he goes on to say the word connection, with regard to these created things, means that the last stage of each group is fully prepared to become the first stage of the next group. He's not just talking about an artificial resemblance, he's saying one can actually become the other. And we know, of course, in modern biology, I mean, the professors know far better than I do, the most advanced plants can count, you know, they can catch food. The Venus flytrap is a famous example. You can buy a plant, I bought one, it's well worth doing, the one which you touch and it coils like a spring, it has a spring mechanism in there, then it opens out again. So very simple animal behavior, we know the advanced plants have. Anyway, but this is, you know, this was written, what, 6 centuries ago, Ibn Khaldun. He goes on then. The animal world then widens, its species become numerous, and in a gradual process of creation it finally leads to man, who is able to think and to reflect. The highest stage of man is reached from the world of the monkeys, in which both sagacity and perception are found, but which has not reached the stage of actual reflection and thinking. At this point we come to the first stage of man. This is as far as our physical observation extends. Right, so he mentions the apes and talks about how the higher apes, what we call now the great apes, can do some thinking and reflection, but they don't have sagacity and perception, or the higher mental faculties that human beings have. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking too much, sorry. Getting too excited. I do apologize. Right. Now, so this idea, you know, is an ancient Muslim idea, actually. This is why, and John William Draper knew about this, and so did others. And we probably need more research into how much they learned, actually, from these Muslim scholars. Here's a poetic example from Rumi. Low in the earth I lived in realms of ore and stone. That's minerals, right? And then I smiled in many tinted flowers, then roving with the wild and wandering hours. O earth and air and ocean zone, in a new birth I dived and flew and crept and ran. And all the secret of my essence drew within a form that I brought them all to view. And lo, a man. He's gone from mineral to plant to animal, birds and fish, etc., to man. And then my goal beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, in realms where none may change or die, in angel form and then away, beyond the bounds of night and day, and life and death, unseen or seen, where all that is has ever been as one and whole. Right? And that's where he's talking about spirituality. Rumi, you understand there's something beyond, obviously. Our spirituality is the most important thing, and that's the goal of religion, is to get closer to God. And of course, this is quoted by Muhammad Iqbal in his famous book, The Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam, which was a series of his 20th century lectures. Okay, now, sorry, how much time do I have? Not 10 minutes, thank you. I've got 10 past. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now let's look at the Quranic account. Right? And as I said, I'm trying to suggest that, as I said at the beginning, there's a big impasse between most of our religious scholars saying absolute no to evolution, and all our scientists saying absolutely yes to evolution. What is the basis of the Quranic account? This is what it is, basically. Adam was created from earth and water and clay. God breathed his spirit into Adam's body. God taught Adam all the names. The angels did not know those. And God taught eloquent speech to man. Adam was a perfect man. There's no young earth teaching, which is the problem which Christian fundamentalists have. We won't go into that. But I would argue that, see, those basic teachings, there is nothing in there to contradict science. I'll make a related point, which I'll come back to later, which is, we have to look at the history of scientific ideas. We've been here many times before. For centuries, Muslim scholars rejected basic ideas which we now know we all accept. So for example, when the first people to measure the tilt of the Earth's axis and the circumference were in Abbasid Baghdad, there were really scholars at the time who said, you can't do that, you can't try to measure the circumference of the Earth because the Earth is flat. Until 5 centuries ago, Imam Suyuti writes in his Jalalain that the Earth is flat. The astronomers say it's round, but it's flat, right? Whether the Earth was created before the heavens, or vice versa. And many other issues, actually. You will find in the Tafsir literature, for over centuries, Mufassirin saying things which nobody will accept today, because they've all been proved to be wrong. But that was the understanding of the Quran at the time. and also the understanding of science, and they had to abandon it. But I'll give examples of those later, actually. Let's get back to the Quranic account revisited. What was created from, Adam was created from earth and water. The science says life evolved from earth and water. Really no contradiction. Clay as well. God breathed His Spirit into Adam's body. Now what does this mean? This is what many people find very difficult to understand. But Ibn Arabi and other writers you'll see, they understood clearly that this did not have to take place immediately or instantaneously. This could take place over a very long period of time. And the breathing of the Spirit Ibn Arabi says it refers to the intellectual and spiritual faculties of human beings developing, and of creation developing and reaching the full maturity of their peak in humanity. That's what it means. God breathing Spirit into Adam is God developing creation to the extent that it is ready to receive the names of God. Because of course, what did Allah do when He created Adam and placed him on the earth? He taught him the names of everything, right? And again, following Ibn Arabi and other scholars, I accept that that means primarily the names of God. Adam a.s. was ready to receive the names of God, to be taught Al-Asma al-Husna. And so, a Christian physicist like Polkinghorne would say human self-awareness is the greatest moment of history. That's the greatest moment of history when the human soul kind of developed, appeared. When we became self-aware and therefore capable of knowing God as well. And we were able to receive the names of God and the knowledge of God, revelation, prophecy, etc., etc. So that's along the lines of how I suggest we can understand the breathing of the Spirit into Adam's body. فَإِذَا سَوَيْتُ وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي. Okay. Now there will be many objections to this, so I've actually covered all of those points there. There are of course many objections, and we'll probably hear more. But one of them is this, the famous ayah, Surah Al-Imran. إِنَّ مَثَلَ عِيسَى عِنْدَ اللَّهِ كَمَثَلِ آدَمَ خَلَقَهُ مِنْ تُرَابٍ ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونُ. Right? So with God, Jesus is like Adam. He created him from dust, and then He said to him, be, and he was. And of course, this is often quoted in this context. But just think about that ayah carefully. Right? It does compare Jesus Christ to Adam. But no Muslim that I know of, certainly I don't think anybody in this room, in this hall, believes that Jesus, being born of be and it is, happened instantaneously. Jesus didn't come out of nowhere. Didn't appear in a puff of smoke. All Muslims believe that Jesus Christ spent 9 months in the womb of Maryam alayhi salam. He went through a natural process as well, didn't he? The Quran talks about the labor pains of Maryam alayhi salam. Right? And Dr. Babuna had a discussion with him yesterday on the radio. He quoted be and it is. He said it today as well, of course. Allah said be and it is. Allah created everything by saying be and it is. Kun fayakun. He's right. Kun fayakun. That is a fundamental teaching of the Quran. It's a beautiful teaching. However, all of us, I hope, accept that clearly everything that's been created by Allah all the time is not happening instantaneously. I mean, I'm a physicist originally, and I hope that people may try to challenge biology. I hope they don't challenge the physics and astronomy. We can look with our telescopes and see back 13 billion years, 8, 10, 15, we can see galaxy formation and star formation after that, planets formation now. We've now seen planets forming, etc., etc. 13 billion years ago. This is how Allah has created our universe, and now we think there might be many other universes out there. Right? And we can see and measure how long it's taken, 13 billion years. It's not instantaneous. This is all kun fayakun. Because Allah is outside time, Allah transcends time. Allah tells us, one day in His sight is like 1,000 years of your reckoning. And obviously, time is relative to us, how we experience it. So the kun fayakun, there is absolutely nothing in there which say that things can't take place over a long period of time. Objection 2. This is one of the most common ones. People say, surely the greatest men and women such as Abraham, Moses, Mary, Jesus and Muhammad alayhi salam could not have had common ancestors with apes or chimpanzees or whatever. And by the way, the biologists tell us, they talk about common ancestors, common descent of the great apes and human beings, etc. But the DNA tells us that we are closer to the chimpanzees than the chimpanzees are to gorillas and other primates. Is that right? Roughly?
we're 98% of our genome is identical to chimpanzees.
Yeah.
28% to petunias.
Yeah. But the chimpanzees are actually closer to us than they are to gorillas and things. See, there's all kinds of incredible things that we find out from the DNA. Anyway, people get very upset. They say, well, what are you saying about human beings and the prophets of God? And I have a simple answer to this, is humble origins, it's not disrespect. Because the Quran itself, Allah told us repeatedly, you're created from ma'in mahin, from despised drop of water, of the male ejaculation. Right? We're all created from that, including the prophets of God, except for Jesus Christ with no father, but including the prophets of Allah himself and all others. This is a Quranic affirmation. The fact that Allah created us from water or clay is not a disrespect, it's actually learning and understanding the power of Allah's creation. And we shouldn't use objections like that. This is another powerful objection. Objection 3, the fall. The fall of Adam, that is. In the Quranic story, after Adam and Eve ate from the forbidden tree, they were expelled from the garden and sent down to earth. So that's why many Muslims believe that, well, that happened in heaven, and then they were sent down to earth, and therefore Adam and Eve would have appeared out of nowhere on earth. Right? And I asked that question. I asked Dr. Babuna yesterday on the radio, if you had a camera on this earth, Allah has seen everything, if you had a camera, wind it back, however long, what happened? What would you see with Adam and Eve alayhi salam? And to be fair, to be consistent, Muslims who believe that they came down from heaven say that they appeared out of nowhere on the earth, right? However, that has never been the only interpretation of that story. Because the word Jannah is well known in Arabic, can refer to an earthly garden, a garden on earth as well as in heaven, right? And there's plenty of evidence for that in the Quran. And some of the early commentators believe that Adam's garden was earthly. That was the minority early view, but it's there. It's well known. Tabari, Ibn Kathir, and all the early Mufassirin mention that a group of early Muslims believed that the story of Adam and Eve all happened on earth. The Garden of Eden was on earth. Which, by the way, is the dominant Jewish and Christian viewpoint also. And therefore, I would argue, evolution, if evolution is true, and our biology professors tell us overwhelmingly so, it implies that the Garden of Eden was on earth, not in paradise. So it has implications for, if you like, our theology, or tafsir. Actually, tafsir, not really theology. Okay, and finally, I have to wrap up in this 1 minute. The theory of evolution leads to atheism, doesn't it? The answer is no, as the professors have already said. Science tells us how we were created, revelation tells us why we were created. We really have to understand, I don't have time to go into that, but I talk about that a lot. I talk about it on my blog with Stephen Hawking, the great physicist, one of my teachers saying physics denies God. It doesn't. Right? He totally misunderstood that. And many scientists do. Richard Dawkins misunderstands that. Hawking does. All these people do. Okay? Science can never talk about faith and things of the unseen. And those two separate out like that. And I'd like to end with this point, actually, is that many young Muslims have lost their faith after studying science. And in fact, there are thousands of them, perhaps millions. Because evolution theory is basic biology, and many people study this, and then they're told this is against the Quran. Well, then they say, well, the Quran must be wrong then. Na'udhu, because they're not being taught, we're not grappling with these issues, people have lost their faith. Over the last few years, several have come to me personally saying, I've lost my faith. And we're talking about practicing Muslims, married, people with long beards, wives wearing headscarves and things, who've lost their faith, have become atheists or agnostic, no longer believe in God because of the science, etc. And by the grace of Allah, by telling them, look, no, there have always been different interpretations, alhamdulillah, we've been able to help many of them rediscover their faith. So I think that's, that's enough to start with. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who created us from a single soul. And from this soul He created its mate. And from the two of them He spread forth multitudes of men and women. And may Allah's peace and blessings be upon the prophets of Allah, Adam alayhi salam, and those who followed him, culminating in the prophethood of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. As to what follows, it is clear that the theory of evolution is considered to be a scientific fact amongst large segments of the world. Indeed, some have argued that there is almost ijma', consensus, amongst the scientific community that all life as we know it, including human life, originated from a universal common ancestor. The primary opposition to this theory seems to come almost exclusively from religious circles who view their scriptures as providing an alternative explanation of the origins of life. This being the case, then we as Muslims, and especially the ulama, the clergy, the scholars, cannot afford to be blind to this clash. We need to be courageous enough to realize that this conflict poses a serious challenge regarding not just our current understanding of the scriptures, but for some Muslims, it even calls into question the divine nature of the Quran itself. Many Muslims, and especially those educated in the modern sciences, wonder whether it is even possible to reconcile these divergent points of view. Thus, the topic of evolution and Islam's stance on it is one that deserves much academic study, and it is for this reason that I welcome dialogues such as this one, where we can engage in frank discussions and present different points of view. This particular conversation that my interlocutor, Mr. Hasan, and myself are having is a theological one, by Muslims, for Muslims, and based on the sources that Muslims hold sacred. The key question of our debate is the following: is the idea that humans evolved from non-human ancestors a theologically and scripturally valid position for Muslims to hold in light of the Quran and in light of the prophetic teachings? I am not a biologist, and our discussion, my discussion, does not concern the biological plausibility of human evolution. Rather, I am addressing fellow Muslims who believe in a divine book that has been revealed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, a book that describes itself as being a guide for mankind, revealed in clear and eloquent Arabic, and a clarification for all matters. Therefore, this discussion, this dialogue, is a very specific discussion for a very specific niche, and that is the believers. And frankly, I don't expect our conversation to be understood or even frankly to be of much relevance to those outside of our faith tradition. I would like to preface my talk by pointing out that I do not view this conversation as being a debate between religion and science. I firmly believe, and in fact my religion asks me to believe, that any established truth cannot contradict an authoritative Islamic text. Science is our attempt to understand Allah's creation. And any established fact in this human endeavor cannot contradict the Quran, since the study of Allah's creation is a study of Allah's power, and the Quran is a study of Allah's speech, and Allah's power and Allah's speech will not contradict each other. Therefore, if a conflict exists between religion and science, it must be a perceived conflict and not an actual conflict. In this case, when there's a conflict, there are only one of three logical scenarios that a Muslim can follow. Firstly, to say that neither science nor religion has an established authoritative position. An example for this can be the existence of alien life forms. Neither science nor religion confirms or denies the existence of aliens. Therefore, a Muslim or a scientist can choose whatever he or she wishes to believe in, and there is no clash. Secondly, that science has achieved a level of indubitable certainty, in Arabic yaqeen, while religious texts are ambiguous in meaning. An example of this is the rotations of the earth and the sun. While it is true that linguistically and even historically, it is true that it is possible to interpret a handful of verses as conveying a geocentric interpretation of the solar system, the bulk of scholars have demonstrated that this interpretation of these verses is not conclusive, and that a heliocentric, by that I mean the sun revolving, that the earth revolves around the sun, the heliocentric interpretation is just as plausible. This being the case, our understanding of modern science will shape our understanding of the Quran and Sunnah. The final scenario, that the Quran and Sunnah presents a position that is beyond dispute, while science presents an interpretation of data that conflicts with that position. It is my humble opinion, and the opinion of the vast majority of Muslim scholars, that the theory of evolution is the perfect example of this last category. And in this case, we as Muslims have no logical alternative other than to accept the Quranic text and to acknowledge that our human limitations and realizations are not fully, infinitely capable of understanding these mysteries, and truly resign ourselves to say that Allah knows best. It is for this reason that I will take my theology from authoritative religious texts rather than speculative interpretations of scientific data. Therefore, I firmly believe, as Muslims across the world believe, that Islamic texts are clear on the origins of man. Both the Quran and the Sunnah inform us that humankind descended from Adam and Eve, and that they were the first humans created directly by Allah, and that they were not born to parents or otherwise evolved from previous life forms. I believe that any attempt to contradict or modify this Islamic argument is scripturally indefensible, historically flawed, and methodologically shallow. I offer the following 3 arguments in support of this view. The first argument, the scriptural evidences. The evidences from the Quran and Sunnah on the creation of humankind from only 2 parents is simply too numerous and too explicit to summarize in a lecture of this nature. The Quran states in at least half a dozen verses that mankind originated from a single soul, Adam. That Allah created that soul's spouse from it, خَلَقَ مِنْهَا and جَعَلَ مِنْهَا زَوْجَهَا. That Allah shaped, صَوَّرَ Adam from طِينٍ لَازِب, which is a type of clay, and صَلْصَالٍ كَالْفَخَارِ, another type of clay, and حَمَئٍ مَسْنُونٍ, which is a third type of clay, meaning 3 stages came about. And the Quran tells us that Allah created Adam with his 2 hands, بِمَا خَلَقْتُ بِيَدَيْهِ. And that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala breathed his ruh into Adam. نَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي. And that is what made Adam so unique from the other creatures. The hadith literature is even more explicit. In the Sahih works, which Sunni Islam considers to be authoritative, and in other works beyond the Sahih, we are told that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took a handful of soil from the earth, various portions of the earth, and He fashioned the shape of Adam with His hands. And this fashioning was done in Jannah. And that Allah allowed that lifeless body to remain there for a period of time. Our Prophet ﷺ told us that Shaitan, before the soul was breathed into Adam, went around this lifeless body, poking him and entering him and exiting him and threatening him. We are told in the prophetic hadith, Sahih literature, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala breathed the ruh into the head of Adam, and as it reached his nose, he sneezed, and the first thing he said was Alhamdulillah. We are told that there was a time when Adam was bayna ruhi wa turab, between the body and the soul, between the spirit and the clay, that Adam had not yet formed from these 2 components. In around half a dozen verses, Allah tells us that He created us first from dust and then from seminal fluid. Perhaps the most explicit is Surah Sajda, verses 7 to 8. وَبَدَأَ خَلْقَ الْإِنسَانِ مِنْ طِينٍ ثُمَّ جَعَلَ نَسْلَهُ مِنْ سُلَالَةٍ مِنْ مَاءٍ مَهِينٍ. Allah began the creation of man from teen, from clay. Then, thumma, and in Arabic thumma always means then, afterwards. Then He made him create his progeny. Then He made him to have progeny through ma'im mahin, which is sperm. Which means Adam did not come from a biological mating. Adam did not come from some type of union. Allah says, وَبَدَأَ خَلْقَ الْإِنسَانِ مِنْ طِينٍ. Insan began with teen. Then Allah said, we started making him with سُلَالَةٍ مِنْ مَاءٍ مَهِينٍ, which is basically the seminal fluid. And the evidences go on and on. Adam coming down from Jannah, which we'll come back to. And the creation of Hawa from Adam. And the evidences and the explicit details go on and on. Essentially, the entire corpus of the Quran and Sunnah presents such a vivid picture of the story of the Adamic creation that to claim that man has descended from other creations is to make a claim that contradicts numerous explicit verses from the Quran and numerous dozens of authenticated ahadith from the Prophet ﷺ. Now, had the story of Adam been based on a lone, ambiguous text that allowed multiple linguistic interpretations, and modern science informed us that a particular interpretation is more plausible, then of course, we as rational Muslims would adopt that interpretation. Science can and should shape our understanding of the Quran and Sunnah, but only where this reinterpretation would be permitted by the rules of language and exegesis. Science cannot ask us to reject the Quran and Sunnah. As an example of this refashioning, Allah Azza wa Jalla says that He created the heavens and the earth fi sittati ayyam. Now, sittati ayyam has traditionally been understood as 6 days, 24-hour periods, days. However, and the word yawm does mean a day. However, if you look up the classical lexicons of the Arabic language, for example, Al-Raghib al-Asbahani is one of the earliest lexicographers of the Arabic language. He says in this book, Mufradat al-Quran, he says a yawm generally means a day, 24 hours. However, it can apply to any period of time. So the word yawm can be interpreted to mean 6 stages, each stage being a particular length that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. Now that modern science tells us that the world was not created in 6 units of 24 hours, I have no qualms, and most Muslims have no qualms, re-understanding the verse of sittati ayyam to mean 6 stages rather than 6 24-hour periods. However, in the case of the story of Genesis, of the story of Adam, we have such an explicit narrative, one that is deeply rooted in countless passages throughout the Quran and throughout the Sunnah, that there is no choice other than to accept that this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Prophet intended for us to believe. The sheer quantity and diversity of nouns, adjectives, and verbs used simply makes any linguistic reinterpretation or ta'wil so imaginative, so fanciful as to render such an endeavor mere hermeneutical gymnastics. Fun to look at, but of no practical value. Frankly, there is no logical way for a Muslim to contradict this entire account, A to Z, verse by verse and hadith by hadith, except by claiming that the whole story is a fable, it's allegorical, it's something that God wished to appease and hold in check those of lower intellectual backgrounds, and it's not meant to be understood at face value. Now, such a claim might actually make more sense logically, but it leads to disastrous and blasphemous implications about Allah Azza wa Jal, about Allah's truthfulness, about the function of the Prophet ﷺ, and about the role of the Quran. Now, my interlocutor, Mr. Hasan, claims that his interpretations have been championed by previous scholars. And this, of course, is an appeal to authority. Let us, for the moment, ignore the fact that the people that he has quoted, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Miskawayh, Ar-Rumi, are not actually authorities in either biology or in theology. Frankly, who even heard of Ibn Miskawayh from the masses before my interlocutor began mentioning his name? Let us ignore this fact that these are not actual authorities. Frankly, I cannot believe that my interlocutor is still making such claims. To claim that Ibn Khaldun or Ibn Miskawayh believed in evolution is an egregious mistake of the highest magnitude. And it is embarrassing for someone like myself to have to point this out to someone who is as highly educated as yourself. As the poet said, and I've heard you quote this to me once in a previous lifetime of ours, as a poet said, إِن كُنْتَ تَدْرِي فَتِلْكَ مُصِيبَةٌ وَإِن كُنْتَ لَا تَدْرِي فَمُصِيبَةُ أَعْظَمُ. If you know what you're saying, this is a problem. And if you don't know, then the problem is even bigger. Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh and the Ikhwan al-Safa before them were referring to the ancient Greek concept of scala naturae, natural scale, or in English is called the great chain of being, in which every object in existence is placed in a linear scale, beginning with the minerals and ending with God Himself. The purpose of this scala naturae, the great chain, was to give legal and moral weight to those higher up in the scale vis-a-vis those who were below it. There is no suggestion that there is a progression from one state to another. Rather, these are static states vis-a-vis one another, and these people, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Miskawayh, and the Ikhwan al-Safa, adopted it from Greek, Hellenistic, Aristotelian thought. Frankly, I'm curious. Have you actually read Ibn Miskawayh's Al-Fawz al-Asghar? In case you haven't done so, I have a gift for you. You can take it. It's Al-Fawz al-Asghar. In case you have not read it, because I cannot believe you could have read Al-Fawz al-Asghar and still make the claim that Ibn Miskawayh believes in evolution. Both Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh have those passages that you quoted in their sections on prophecy, on nubuwwah. And their intent is to place prophets in the highest category of humans. Just like they claim that the highest category of animals is ape, and it's almost touching that of man, so too they later on claim in the same passage, in the same paragraph, in the same page, they claim that men themselves are of different categories, and the highest level of man is that of prophets, and those prophets are almost touching the level of the angels. Clearly, this is their Islamic adaptation of the Hellenistic scala naturae, because as far as I know, no one, not even my good interlocutor, claims that prophets evolve into angels. And by the way, both of these authors, Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh, and I apologize for having to say this on stage because it is not something polite to say about them, but I will say it because my interlocutor is using them as evidence and as authorities. Both Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh use the exact same concept of the scala naturae to mention that different races of humans occupy different levels, and that is why certain zunuj, certain zanj, which is a derogatory term for people, certain people in Africa, they occupy the lowest level of humanity, quote, right above that of animals. And that is why they may be subjugated and may be enslaved, and they have never produced a civilization, end quote. Surely, we can all agree that these authors are not talking about human evolution, but they're talking about this grand cosmological change. And if you don't have time to read, there are many books and articles about the great chain of being. And if you don't have time to read it, perhaps my interlocutor can even look up the Wikipedia page on it, because it actually has a semi-decent article, The Great Chain of Being. Look it up. As a last clarification, on the very same page of Ibn Miskawayh's Al-Fawz Al-Asghar, which you're going to have a copy to give to you, on the very same page of the passage that you quoted, he mentions a fabricated tradition. It's fabricated from our perspective, but nonetheless he mentions what he thinks is a hadith about Allah's creation of Adam from teen, from clay. And by the way, this error of reading in biological evolution, you are quoting Mr. Hamidullah, and I have the greatest respect for Ustad Hamidullah, may Allah Azza wa Jalla have mercy on his soul, but it is an error of the highest magnitude, and it has been pointed out by many specialists in the field. For example, T.J. Bower in 1903, over 110 years ago, pointed out that it is a mistake to read in biological evolution into the writings of Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh, and there are others as well. I have their names if you're interested. To summarize the first point, the corpus of the Islamic texts cannot faithfully be interpreted, and no one in our history before the modern era has ever interpreted the Quran as somehow supporting the modern doctrine of human evolution. The second argument is to understand the role and philosophy of science. We need to put science in its proper place. The methodology of science, in simplest terms, works by collecting the observable data in the natural world and interpreting them to come up for an explanation for why the world is the way it is. These explanations can then be used to make further predictions. Most scientists acknowledge that we have no direct means of knowing whether our explanation actually corresponds to reality. People who attempt to transform scientific models into theological dogma are forgetting two basic facts. Firstly, I have 2 pages left to show. Firstly, science requires that we stick to empirical matters and that we not invoke metaphysical explanation. This immediately disqualifies any supernatural account on the origins of man. Moreover, in order to make theories about what took place at an unseen time thousands of years ago, we can only make inferences based upon our interpretation of the data that has survived up until today. Secondly, a scientific explanation is required to be the simplest naturalistic explanation possible through Occam's razor. Therefore, if we observe a pattern in animal species, the simplest explanation is to extrapolate from the animal realm to the human realm as well. However, it is theology that causes us to pause at this extrapolation. While Islamic theology is silent on the macroevolution of animal species, there are clear texts that indicate the origin of humans is different. And also, even science itself points out many of these differences in humanity: consciousness, morality, civilization, language, metacognition, the arts, and so on and so forth. These aspects are not as easily explained as, say, fingers and legs and appendices, and evolutionary explanations in these areas are fraught with untestable speculations. To summarize the second point, before I move on to the final point, science has a function, a scope, and a role. Let's keep science within that scope. The final argument, the third argument, is the argument from history. Muslims need to stress that our history is markedly different from the history of Christianity. Islamic civilizations never had any issues with scientific developments, and in fact encouraged the study of all natural sciences. Muslims don't have the equivalent of Copernicus's and Galileo's. No scientist was ever burnt at the stake. No scientific book ever banned. Therefore, it is a mistake of the highest magnitude to lump Muslims who question one aspect of human evolution with those religious creationists of other faith traditions who deny the entire theory of evolution. Also, I must point out here that previous Muslim thinkers have faced plenty of intellectual threats and challenges in their days. And there have been many groups who attempted to, quote-unquote, reconcile what they thought was indubitable evidence with the Quran and Sunnah, and all of these attempts, history has shown, have been proven to be failures. The Quran has withstood the test of time. Science, on the other hand, continues to remain evolving. And this is something, by the way, some of the great scientific minds, Thomas Kuhn, in his seminal work released 50 years ago, entitled The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, discusses many such paradigm shifts. Incidentally, he was the one who introduced the term paradigm shift, which you hear about in modern vernacular. He was the one who introduced this term. For all that we know, 50 years from now, our entire understanding of the history of human origins will have drastically changed. As great as human rationality is, it is fundamentally limited, and there are many basic questions regarding existence that defy all human attempts at explanation. To reinterpret the divine speech of Allah based on fallible, changing, historically influenced, man-made explanations is the height of religious arrogance. Conclusion. It is a mistake for Muslims to say, we don't believe in evolution. This is a mistake. Quite the contrary. And I say here very firmly for the record, most of the principles of evolution pose no problems with Islamic theology. Muslims, unlike some of their Christian counterparts, have no issues believing in dinosaurs, believing in hominids before mankind, believing in genetic mutations, believing in speciation, or extrapolating the human lineage or the human timeline beyond 6,000 years. In fact, I go so far as to say that Islamically, it is not problematic whatsoever to accept a universal common ancestor for all life on earth, with one exception, and that is humankind. Muslims also need to realize evolutionary science is not bad science. It's not a Western hegemonic global conspiracy that aims to turn Muslims into godless heathens. Rather, it is a well-researched scientific model that fits the criterion of proper science, but it also has the limitations that any scientific theory would have. As a Muslim, I can accept the broad premises of evolution as a scientific model that makes excellent predictions about the world, while at the same time recognizing that its inferences are limited in nature and that only the divine speech of Allah can provide an exact description of the reality of what happened. Finally, I remind my fellow believers that it is within the realm of religion to believe in miracles. For those who believe in an all-powerful God, for those who believe in the virgin birth of Jesus, for those who believe in the parting the Red Sea by Moses, for those who believe in Shaqq al-Qamar by our Prophet ﷺ, what is so difficult about believing that the creation of man was an even greater miracle? If a Muslim biologist were to claim, not me, if a Muslim biologist were to claim that all life on this earth followed the patterns proposed by the theory of evolution and ascribed the power to do this to Allah, and claim that the mechanisms that Allah used to form animals and plants is indeed genetic mutations over the course of billions of years, but that there was only one species that broke this rule, our species, and that for us, humankind, Allah inserted a primogenitor, Adam alayhi salam, and in such a manner that his DNA, his biological structure fit perfectly into the grand scale of things as planned by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If somebody were to claim this, then I, as a Muslim theologian, would not have any Islamic qualms about this. Such a miracle, if it occurred, can neither be proven nor disproven scientifically, but it would explain many differences that man has from other species. Surely, instead of arrogating the knowledge of exactly how things happened to one's own interpretation, it is not unreasonable, it is not illogical to believe, as Allah says, أَلَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ خَلَقَ. Doesn't the one who created know best? I conclude by reminding you of the verse in the Quran, Surah Al-Kahf, verse 51. Surah Al-Kahf 51. مَا أَشْهَدْتُهُمْ خَلْقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَلَا خَلْقَ أَنفُسِهِمْ. Allah is speaking in the first person. I did not call them to witness the creation of the heavens and earth, nor did I call them to witness their own creation. We were not here to see how we came into existence, but Allah was. Everything that we posit, all of it, is but our attempt at reconstructing the mysteries of Allah's creation. For those who don't believe in a God, for those who don't believe in a divine revelation, let them attempt to reconstruct the puzzle as they see fit. But for us who believe in an all-knowing God, who has revealed a blessed book to a knowledgeable prophet, let them trust the one who created and realize that indeed of knowledge you have been given but little. وجزاكم الله خيرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
We heard from Shaykh Yasir Qadhi, who was explaining that he felt that in order to accommodate interpretations of evolution in Islam, we were performing hermeneutical gymnastics, were his words. We'll now hear a 10-minute rebuttal from Shaykh Usama before a 10-minute rebuttal from Shaykh Yasir. So I'd like to invite Usama back to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So in the spirit of Imam Shafi earlier, I welcome the fact that my friend Yasir said that Islamic theology has no problem with evolution, alhamdulillah. And I would like to say I agree with you on what you said about Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh. However, I believe you misrepresented me very clearly. I was talking about the precursors of evolutionary theory, which is what John William Draper was talking about. The fact is, the world is Darwin and came out with the theory out of nowhere. The point is, Muslims had those viewpoints for central precursors to those ideas for centuries beforehand. That was John William Draper's point, and that's what I was trying to illustrate with the quotes from Ibn Khaldun and Miskawayh, and so with the others. You gave three very interesting categories of where science and religion, the three possible responses, which I agree. But with respect, I believe you put evolution possibly in the wrong category. It could easily go to category 2 also. And you haven't given any evidence, basically any basis for why you put it in category 3. I already covered this breathing of the spirit into Adam in my earlier section. About the ahadith, when I discussed this with Shaykh Saleh Saddan of Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, he said to me that there is hadith about the creation of, the very detailed hadith about the creation of Adam. He said they are Israeliyat. That's what he said to me. However, you know, that is a discussion for another day, I suspect. We won't have time in 10 or 15 minutes. The powerful narrative that you talked about, that there's only one possible understanding of these ayat, it's just simply not true. You and I can't impose our interpretation of something and say that's the only possible one. We've been here before, and that's what I'd like to show with this slide. And for more detail, refer to my article on moon sighting. Okay? And these are questions to Yasir and to others. So which was created first, the heaven or the earth? The great Shaykh al-Shanqiti, the great scholar of tafsir, and my father's teacher. Fantastic tafsir of the Quran. He spends dozens of pages on the Surah Al-Baqarah. هو الذي خلق لكم ما في الأرض جميعا ثم استوى إلى السماء فسواهن سبع سماوات. Spends dozens of pages discussing whether or not the earth was created before the heavens or vice versa. Because some verses imply it's one way, others imply it's the other way. In the end, based on pure language and tafsir and this and that, no science whatsoever, he concludes firmly that definitely the Quran tells us that the earth was created before the heavens. Right? Even though there are other verses which may seem to be saying the opposite. He said that's definite. Are we going to accept that because he said so? Is the earth flat or round? You can look this up in Tafsir al-Jalalain, Imam Sayyidi in Surah al-Ghashiyah. وَإِلَى الْأَرْضِ كَيْفَ سُطِحَتْ. And to the earth which Allah spread out. Imam Sayyidi says that the earth is flat. And this is the view of the religious scholars, he says. Ulama al-Shah. He says, however, they disagree with the ulama al-Hay'ah, the astronomers. Muslim astronomers say it's round. Religious scholars say it's flat. And Imam Suyuti says the earth is flat. Alright? Are we going to accept that because Imam Suyuti said so? That was the understanding of, and there's many ayat, by the way, we could quote to say clearly the earth is flat. Allah says it. He spread it out like a carpet, etc., etc. And for centuries, this was the Muslim viewpoint. The seven heavens, what did that mean? All of medieval Islam and Christianity believed it was the seven spheres of the planet. Right? This is well known. Nobody believes that anymore, Muslim or Christian, etc. Does the earth go around the sun or vice versa? Sorry, geocentricity and heliocentricity, it's not as simple as that. Muslims believed it was geocentric universe, as the Christians did, for centuries. Eventually Copernicus came up with a new theory. He was influenced by Muslim astronomers like Muhammad al-Battani and others, but there's an ongoing discussion there. For centuries, Muslims believed it was geocentric. You can't just simply say now, with the benefit of hindsight, centuries later, Copernicus had to go through an inquisition. Galileo went through an inquisition, had to retract. The church said, I don't know, burn them at the stake, kill them, because they said the earth went around the sun. It took centuries for the scientists to win that argument, and now the Catholic Church gave in. The Catholic Church banned the books of Galileo and Copernicus till the beginning of the 20th century. Only a century ago they lifted that ban. It's easy for us to now to say, oh yeah, clearly the Quran is heliocentric. No, sorry, for centuries Muslims understood it the other way and they thought it was qat'i. They thought there was no argument about it. Are we created for men and women fluid or men fluids only? You see the famous Greek idea, Aristotle said we were created only from sperm only, the male fluid only. You find that idea in all of the major tafasir early, in Surah Al-Tariq, يَخْرُجُ مِنْ بَيْنَ الصُّلْبِ وَالتَّرَائِبِ. They say that ayah refers to only what comes out of the man. Okay, now modern Mufassirin say, interpret that ayah and other ayat, hadith to say clearly, we're created from man and woman, the embryo, the sperm and the egg. But that's easy for us to say now with the hindsight of modern science. But again, for centuries, the Mufassirin said clearly, based on the Quran, we're created from the male fluid only, following what Aristotle said. And there are many, many examples of this. Right. So yeah, in terms of authority, etc., this discussion has been going on. I mentioned Hamidullah Muhammad Iqbal, Professor Fadlur Rahman, but Dr. Isar Ahmad, Sayyid Sulaiman Nadvi, it's worth reading Dr. Isar Ahmad's piece which was published 2 years ago after his death. That shows the state of the Muslims. Dr. Isra wrote a detailed study on the verses of the creation of Bashar and Insan, etc. It wasn't published while he was alive in Pakistan. We know why. We know what people do if they disagree with you in Pakistan, and some of them even here in London. Right? Shaykh Nadeem al-Jisr and Shaykh Hasan al-Jisr, etc. And there's many other examples. And of course, we have contemporary examples there. Okay. Again, ideas and Adam alayhi salam. So as I said, I'm very glad that my friend Yasir said we can accept evolution, with the one exception, he said, human evolution. And I recommend Professor Jalaj's book, which is again on this slide at the end, a recent book, David Solomon Jalaj, Islamic Biological Evolution. And he draws some trees, and he says Orthodox Muslims can only accept 2 or 3 types of trees, but they all have one thing in common, which is a tree of life or a web of life for all of creation separately, and one separate for human beings, which has Adam alayhi salam at the root. And this is what my friend Yasir said is the only possible belief for a Muslim. I'm just going to argue that there are clearly other possibilities. Yeah? So for example, these are some Islamic traditions saying on Adam alayhi salam. The first 2 are from Ruh al-Ma'ani of Imam Alusi. It is narrated that Muhammad al-Baqir, who is of course the great-great-grandson of the Prophet himself, it is narrated that he said, before the Adam who is our father, 1 million Adams or more had passed from existence. His son Ja'far as-Sadiq is reported to have said, perhaps you think that God never created a human being other than yourselves. Nay, but God created 1 million Adams, and you are the last of those Adams. Meaning we are the Bani Adam, the descendants of the last of those Adams. Right? Those quotes are also, by the way, from Professor Jalaj's book. And he's taken them from Ruh al-Ma'ani of Imam Alusi. Alright, please do check them up. I haven't checked out the original Arabic. I will do so inshallah. Etc. Again, Ibn Arabi said Allah created 100,000 Adams. He dropped a note from the previous one. And he also said, he said at the Kaaba, I met and spoke to a man who was not from Bani Adam. He met a man who was not a descendant of Adam alayhi salam. Now, I have actually no idea what he's talking about. Okay? But maybe the Bali's professors can help me. But the point is, this has been throughout our history. There have been other viewpoints of looking at things. So it is possible to have other views. I'll come back to that one later. I'll talk about other views. So Shaykh Dr. Abdul Sabur Shaheen from Egypt, he wrote a book analysing the creation of humanity. It's called Abi Adam. I believe, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, that Shaykh Abdul Sabur Shaheen is the same chap of that name who was the Imam al-Khatib of the Masjid Amr ibn al-As in Cairo, one of the major mosques in Cairo. Imam al-Khatib there for 20-30 years. Anyway, it's worth reading this. It's a very nice book, even if you disagree. Yeah? Scholars should read this. Because he analysed the 35 verses mentioning the creation of al-Bashar al-Insan in order of revelation, ala tartib al-nuzul. And they're all listed there, thanks to my intern Jonathan who put this together. Very interesting insight you get from looking at the verse about Bashar and Insan. Yeah? For example, one of the things he mentioned is that Adam is never mentioned in the Meccan surahs. It's always mentioned of Insan or Bashar, and Bashar is a prominent creation in the Arabic. Adam alayhi salam's name only occurred in the Medinan surahs, like Surah Al-Baqarah, etc. Or Allama Adam al-Asma. When you look in order of revelation, coming to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Quran is a weighty thing, qawlan thaqila. It's not something that you and I can think, oh, well, we've studied and we've come to the final answer on everything. The very last one, by the way, is the one Professor Fatimah quoted, Surah Al-Hujurat. That's the very last verse which was revealed, which mentions creation of human beings. And the most important part of that ayah is Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. As she said, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah are the ones closest to Him. So we get a lot of insights into that. Okay, so this Shaykh Shaheen, here we are, there's a copy of the page. This was the most controversial thing he said in there. Thank you. He said this process took millions of years, right? This is a traditional Azhari Shaykh. Humanity emerged from the essence of al-Bashar, creation became perfect, and Adam appeared. As I said, Dr. Israr Ahmad and Dr. Salman Nadwi didn't quite say the same thing, but they talked about Bashar and Insan. Then he said, it is not far-fetched for us to imagine that Adam was born of two parents, as was Eve, even though this concept will meet immediate opposition and violent rejection to their thinking. And he mentioned that Shaykh Rashid Rida mentioned that Hindus believe that Adam alayhi salam had a mother, and they have two adjacent shrines with domes in Banaras. Okay, so we've had in tradition people saying 1 million Adams, and then this. What happened? Of course, that caused a furor in Egypt, as you can imagine. People called him kafir, zindiq, murtad, everything else. They complained to Al-Azhar. Al-Azhar sat and had a committee meeting, chaired by Shaykh of Al-Azhar, and this was their fatwa. They said, we disagree with his interpretations, but they do not exceed the limits. They said he's entitled to his tafsir, he's the Shaykh of tafsir, etc., etc. We don't agree with him. We think he's wrong. They say that. We think he's wrong on his interpretation, but it is not kufr. They said that. People accuse him of that. When I said this thing 2 years ago and then I retracted it, my dear father said the same thing immediately. He said, I disagree with Usama, but this is his ta'wil, and he's entitled to it from his studies of religion and science, alhamdulillah. I've had the honor of studying both disciplines. And there's a picture. 1999, this fatwa, written by Shaykh Sani Muhammad Mutwalli al-Sha'arawi. Okay? Sheikhs Hasan al-Jisr and Nadim al-Jisr before them, I think their father and son, they said what is important and necessary. They imply that actually this disagreement with my friend Yasir has mentioned is actually not a big deal because it's not a matter of aqidah. It is not a matter of aqidah and iman and kufr. It is a matter of difference of opinion about the tafsir and about the science. And the science falls on or stands on its own merits. And I recommend another book there by Ahmed Dallad called Islam, Science and the Challenge of History, published last year or the year before. It makes that very clear throughout Islamic history. That was the viewpoint on science. Bayruni, Ibn Sina, the religious scholars of their time, they understood was whatever the scientific evidence points to, that is correct. And religious dogma, religious theology from theologians or religious scholars who don't understand the sciences must not interfere. And we've had this problem, even something very simple as moon sighting. We have religious scholars saying, no, you can't predict when the hilal is visible, and we don't know where the moon is and this and that. and it causes chaos in Ramadan and Eid, because they speak about things we don't actually know or understand, unfortunately. But we have to kind of rise above that and remember that Muslims, our salvation doesn't depend on whether you believe in this or disbelieve in that. It is a matter of science and tafsir and interpretation. What they said, what is important and necessary is the belief that God is the creator of the world and of all the species it contains. Beyond this belief, there is no difference between the principle of creationism and that of evolution, from some original matter created by God, from which He made all species, branching them off by way of evolutionary processes in conformity with natural laws that He placed in the universe. How much time do I have? Okay, final question, you see, which this question for everyone who... it is possible, of course, that Allah created Adam and placed him in such a way in the earth that everything matched. But the DNA, look at the DNA evidence. Gorillas and chimpanzees have 48 chromosomes, we have 46. It's well known, 23 pairs, right? And interestingly, the Prophet said there are 46 aspects of prophethood. I call that a spiritual DNA. That's a spiritual counterpart of our physical DNA, which has 46 chromosomes. Prophethood has 46 parts. Apes have 48, right? If we had common ancestors, we would expect to see two chromosomes that merge. There's no other way it could happen. And this is what happened when two chromosomes merge. Okay, you get that thing on the right. And lo and behold, what's happened in the last few years, as we have sequenced the human genome, is we found a human chromosome number 2, where exactly that merger happened. We can actually see where comparing chimp DNA to human DNA, where two of the chimpanzee chromosomes merged to become human chromosome number 2. And so, that's a question. Did Allah create it like that to confuse us? Or is that miraculous? Or what? There are many other questions like that. And this is from Ken Miller, who is a devout Catholic and believer in God, by the way. And I also recommend his book in my reading list, which is called Finding Darwin's God. So some questions there, and some responses. Jazakumullah khair.
Thanks very much, Shaykh Usama.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My esteemed interlocutor did not actually answer any of the serious questions that I raised in my talk. Rather, he basically used two logical fallacies. The first is appeal to authority, and the second is to throw in a lot of red herrings about how misinterpretations happened in the past. For us Muslims, the burden of proof is on you to somehow logically, rationally, and methodically reinterpret the entire Quranic corpus and the entire scores of ahadith about the story of Adam alayhi salam. And I re-emphasize again that the reason why I will not budge on the story of Adam, but I will budge on geocentrism and heliocentrism, on sittati ayyam, on all of these other red herrings that my esteemed interlocutor threw in, is because the sheer quantity, the diversity, the vividness of the Quran and Sunnah cannot be reinterpreting the story of Adam, but we can reinterpret every single other example. Brothers and sisters, all of us grew up in the age of modern science. We grew up listening to the miracles of the Quran, did we not? We grew up talking about how beautifully Allah describes the womb, the embryo. We grew up talking about nutfatin amshaj. Yes, it is true. Historically, some of our earlier scholars did not understand those verses, right? They translated the verse that Allah created insan from alaq as a clot of blood. And we now know, no, alaq doesn't mean a clot of blood. The actual meaning of alaq is that which is suspended, from mu'allaq, from that which is clinging. And so the embryo, the fetus, is suspended in the womb. All of this, yes, we all are open for. Bismillah, tabarakallah, go ahead and reinterpret based on that which is linguistically possible, that which exegesis allows for. This story, I'm sorry, it cannot be done. The sheer quantity, the diversity of nouns, verbs, and adjectives simply precludes that you go over, and it is fanciful hermeneutical gymnastics. It is. Because how do you, the bottom line is as follows. Do you really expect that Allah and His Messenger understood anybody to get from this story what you are getting in this particular era? You quote Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Miskawayh, now you make an excuse that, well, they didn't really, actually say evolution. I'm sorry, the impression all of us had, listening to your talks from before, was that you actually believed Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Miskawayh supported evolution. They didn't. They had no causal relationship between ape and man, just like they didn't have a causal relationship between African and white, just like they didn't have a causal relationship between prophets and angels. This was scala naturae. It is true, Darwin took this from them. They took it from Aristotle. They're not bringing up something from the Quran and Sunnah. They took scala naturae from Aristotle himself, from Hellenistic thought. And so Darwin comes along, takes that model, and then modifies it. And yes, it is true, his theory was influenced by the scala naturae, has nothing to do with Ibn Khaldun or with Ibn Miskawayh. Also, there are so many other facets that I don't have time to get into. The point is, for example, Adam not being on the Jannah on earth. You are correct. There is a small group of scholars who said the earth, the Jannah of Adam was on this world. But at the same time, let us be fair to the text. Let us not cherry pick any position that we want to formulate our model. Does the Quranic message in any realistic, fair meaning say that the Jannah that Adam was on this earth? Allah describes that Jannah in Surah Taha. فَإِنَّ لَكَ أَلَّا تَجُوعَ فِيهَا وَلَا تَعْرَى وَأَنَّكَ لَا تَضْمَأُ فِيهَا وَلَا تَضْحَى. That is up there, Jannah. You're never going to get tired. You're never going to go hungry. You're never going to do this and that. That's up there. Surah Al-Baqarah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He says to Adam to come down and to Iblis to come down, قَالَ اهْبِطُوا بَعْضُكُمْ لِبَعْضٍ عَدُوٌّ وَلَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ مُسْتَقَرٌّ. Come down, enemies to one another, and you shall have a period of time on this earth that you will live. Meaning He wasn't on earth before He came down. Because Allah says, come down from Jannah, then on this earth you will live for a period of time. My point is, yes, it is possible to be fanciful and take every single verse and every single hadith, bend it over backwards, read in, find a weird scripture or allusion there. But is this the Quranic message? Is this what Allah and His Messenger intended? We cannot do this with the Adamic story as we can with the evolution of the embryo and many other things that we are all familiar with. Also, I have to point out, my dear interlocutor believes that there was in fact a man by the name of Adam, and that he is the progenitor of the entire human race. What then do we do of the verses talking about Eve? The first verse of Surah Nisa, يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها. And He created from it its spouse. وجعل منها, Surah Al-Zumar. 6 verses mentioned from Eve. The hadith in Sahihain as well, very explicit that Eve was created from Adam. Also, what do we do about the fact that this modified version of the theory of evolution, which some of my esteemed Muslim biologists have said, this is not, and you will correct me if I'm wrong here, this is not the predominant understanding of human evolution. That there was one mate, one male and female, from which all of us came. Rather, the predominant theory is that there were groups of hominids, Neanderthals and others, that interacted with one another until basically Homo sapiens were formed. My question to you, if you're prepared to demonstrate critical acceptance of biological evolution by rejecting one of the most established components, i.e. you're claiming there was Adam and Eve, why not demonstrate the same degree of critical skepticism for other aspects of that theory? And the fact of the matter is, your theory neither conforms to the Quran, nor does it conform to the modern human theory of evolution. Also, your claim that Muslims are losing faith to science, frankly, this is the exact same claim that we have heard from every single group that has attempted to quote-unquote reform the Quran and Sunnah. We heard it from the ancient philosophers. Ibn Sina is the classic example when he took on the Quran, trying to Hellenize the Quran. Why? By Hellenistic, by the way, I mean Greek thought, not hell. It's Hellenistic is Greek thought. Trying to Hellenize the Quran. And his result, he thought he's defending the Quran. He thought that people are losing faith because they're falling prey to Aristotle and Plato. And wallahi, the average Muslim, when he reads Ibn Sina's theology, he's amazed. How can this person be called a Muslim? Even Ghazali, Ibn Taymiyyah, they all made takfir of Ibn Sina. I'm not making this a modern issue, don't quote me now, I'm saying for Ibn Sina. Because he rejected clear Quranic texts, because he thought they were clashing with Hellenistic Aristotelian cosmology. Also, the verse that you quoted, the similitude of Adam and Jesus, إِنَّ مَثَلَ عِيسَى عِنْدَ اللَّهِ كَمَثَلِ Adam. This reminds me of a quote of Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala. Ibn Taymiyyah said that I challenge anyone to use a Quranic evidence or an evidence from the Sunnah to prove something false, except that I will use the exact same evidence to show that he is incorrect. And this is a perfect example here. That our esteemed interlocutor uses this verse to demonstrate somehow that Adam evolved just like Jesus evolved. The purpose of the verse, the sabab al-nuzul of the verse was what? Was that Christians at that time were saying, if Adam didn't have a father, he must have been divine. So Allah revealed, well, if you're going to say this, sorry, not Adam, Jesus. If Jesus didn't have a father, he must be divine. Allah said, if you're going to say this about Adam, who didn't have Jesus, who didn't have a father, what are you going to do about Adam, who neither had a father or a mother? إِنَّ مَثَلَ عِيسَى عِنْدَ اللَّهِ كَمَثَلِ آدَمَ. Allah is demonstrating that the mere fact that Jesus did not have a father does not make him divine. So he's telling the Christians, if you're going to say this about Adam, that he doesn't have a father and mother, and you don't call him divine, why can't you say the same about Jesus? Also, the Quran itself is very explicit. If Allah Azza wa Jal had wanted to, He wouldn't have said, خَلَقَهُ مِن تُرَابٍ ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونَ. Allah is demonstrating Adam has something different from Jesus and something similar. What is different about Adam that is not the same as Jesus? خَلَقَهُ مِن تُرَابٍ. He was created from turab. Then what is the same? ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونَ. Kun fayakun happened to the both of them. And I want to just point out here that imagine, and I know this sounds a little bit sacrilegious, but imagine if there were doctors at the time of Maryam alayhi salam who could do ultrasounds and do scans on the baby and check the DNA of baby Jesus. Do you not believe, just like our brother said, that it would appear, for all practical purposes, that this is a normal, healthy baby born to a normal biological father? Wouldn't we see the ultra scan coming out? Wouldn't we test for the DNA and he has something that says to have some type of father? My point is, and by the way, somebody misunderstood me, I am not saying this is my opinion because I'm not a biologist. I leave it to them to talk about. I am saying what is the maximum we can say from theology, and it's up to the biologist to say it. I'm not saying this because I'm not a biologist. The maximum we can say, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down Adam to fit perfectly into the grand scheme of things, including this alleged 46 to 43, 48 to 46 DNA. Everything fits perfectly because this is Allah's creation and you don't find any flaw in the creation. The analogy I gave to another group that I was speaking with, imagine a series of dominoes. And this is evolution. And we are the final domino. Humankind is the final domino. And if you were to see the final domino fall, the logical presumption is all of these dominoes led to this final domino. And honestly, this is what we expect modern science to say. It is theology that tells us, my final point, this is the theology that tells us, this final domino, Allah Azza wa Jal put it right there, at the right time, in the right place, in the right DNA, fitting in perfectly to the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, such that for those who don't believe in a God, they would understand this domino to be causally linked to those before. For those who do believe, the Quran and Sunnah is very explicit. And by the way, David Jalajis is a friend of mine, he's a colleague of mine from Medina, and his book is basically pretty much the same as what I said. It is one of the references I used as well. And so I encourage you to read that book because it comes to the same conclusion. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
I'm going to ask you to come back. Are we stretching interpretations here? Are we pushing things too far?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is good fun, isn't it? Well, we're going back and forth, and it's my last 5 minutes. But it's a bit ironic. My dear friend Yasir said that I just appeal to authority. His entire argument is based on appealing to authority. He just quoted Ibn Taymiyyah and this and that, and earlier he said it's the view of all the religious scholars. And as I said, all religious scholars believed all kinds of things for centuries and centuries. Numerous counterexamples where they thought a verse said something, and then later were completely abandoned, and they said it means something else. But anyway, vividness, anyway. The Jannah, I'm glad you responded on that, because I think it's important for Muslims to look back into the early tafsir about Jannah. And is it a heavenly or earthly garden? It is a very interesting discussion in the tafsir. And you mentioned some of the verses which some of the scholars used to say it was in heaven. There are other verses which people used to say it was on the earth. For example, the fact that there was temptation there. And Jannah is not a place of temptation or trial or test. And the shaitan was in there, etc., etc., to test Adam and Eve. And I think one comment my dear friend Yasir made revealed something when he said, the alleged 46 to 48. It's not alleged, it's a shame you weren't here for, I think you weren't here for the two professors' wonderful, fantastic lectures. Because they gave the overwhelming evidence for this. And we can't just sit in a theology box and say, well, this is what I think, what we understand from the text only, and just ignore what the scientists tell us. You know, alhamdulillah, I'm certainly trying to bridge that gap. And I think what I'd like to finish on, apart from the recommended reading, is, yeah, actually, I can't resist this, you know. This is a great one. This shows a sense of humor. Akbar al-Lahabadi, the great 20th century poet, he compared Hallaj with Darwin. He saw all this going on. You know, Hallaj was a Sufi who was executed for saying, I am God, basically. He was crucified in the year 309 Hijri. Yeah? Hallaj said, I am God. Darwin said, I was an ape, each according to his aspiration. Which is a great quote. He probably misquoted both of them, but he was a famous, he was famous for his sense of humor. Sorry. Oh, sorry, has it gone? Okay. Sorry, thank you for that. So, yeah, just that. And that was a quote. I read it out, yeah? It's a great... right. Finally, I'd just like to finish on this, which is a basic traditional Muslim belief, which I think we all share, alhamdulillah, is that we are a mixture of animal and angel. We have the animal side, the material side, and we also have the angelic or spiritual side. Muslims often say humans can be higher in status than the angels and lower than the animals, according to their actions. Yeah? Famous teaching. I argue that biology maybe deals with the animal side and our relationship with the animal world. That's what the professors have shown, you know, the web of life, tree of life, whatever. True religion deals with our spiritual side and how to nurture our angelic spirits whilst living in the material world, e.g. forgiveness, love and mercy. I'll just end with my last paragraph where I said the same thing on BBC Radio 4, Thought for the Day, my only time I did Thought for the Day, 7th of January 2009, almost exactly 4 years ago. My last paragraph was, and doesn't evolution theory merely expound one half of the very traditional Quranic teaching that we are partly animal, partly angelic? Darwin showed us how our animal forms were created. We need to remind ourselves of our angelic qualities, to forgive, to show mercy, and above all, to love our neighbours and to love God. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thanks, Usama. Can we have a last 5-minute rebuttal from Shaykh Yasir? Thanks very much.
Assalamu alaikum. By alleged, I didn't mean to say that we don't have 48 chromosomes, so I hope that's correct. I believe firmly whatever science tells us to believe. The Quran and Sunnah paints such a vivid picture of the story of Adam that to deny it, in effect, is to deny the clear message and language of the Quran. I want to be very frank here. In my humble opinion, there cannot be two Islamic opinions on this issue. Yes, Muslims have had opinions, but anyone who wishes to believe in human evolution, in Adamic evolution from previous life forms is free to do so. But it is academically puerile, textually inaccurate, and frankly Islamically sacrilegious to claim that this is the Quranic message. Believe as you wish in your personal life, but don't speak on behalf of Islam without knowledge. And it is true, nobody is accusing our dear interlocutor for being the first person to say this. Yes, a handful of people, including Shaheen and some who are not even from our tradition, meaning our Sunni theology, other groups, philosophers and whatnot, of the modern era, have indeed said that Islam preaches Darwinism. But to quote an authority or two for a particular interpretation, I mean, these days, as we all know, every facet of Islam is being challenged, and one can find interpretations and fatwas for anything one desires. To cherry pick an opinion from one scholar and to figure out how to interpret one verse in one obscure manner and then piece together with meticulous care a version of the scriptural understanding that is unprecedented in human history. Yes, a lot of imagination can take you very, very far places. But the point is to be honest with ourselves. Is the theory of human evolution really the Quranic message? Is this what Allah Azza wa Jal and His Messenger intended for us to understand? And honestly, and I just have to make a quick point here, frankly, the differences between myself and my esteemed interlocutor are more than just the issue of Darwinism. It is defending Orthodox Islam in a modern world without compromising our tradition, while remaining faithful to the spirit and the text of our religion, without compromising what Allah and His Messenger have said, not just in science, but in every single realm, in fiqh and in political science, and in keeping our ties with the ummah. My interlocutor has failed to offer an explanation as to why the Quran and Sunnah would portray the story of Adam in such an incorrect manner. He has also not explained why we should privilege one interpretation of science, which has historically been demonstrated to be in constant flux, over the clear wordings of the Quran and Sunnah. I agree that Muslims need to be more educated about the theory of evolution, and that we need to keep our religion relevant and modern at all times. But this can be done, and there are plenty who are doing it without compromising our core values. As Muslims, we accept science, and we do not need to endorse Christian creationism or its Islamic variants, which try to poke holes in the entire theory of evolution. Rather, we accept evolution for what it is, a scientific model and not a theological doctrine. We accept the model as a useful means of understanding how the world came about and how it functions, but for Muslims, science cannot take the place of religion, for it is only religion that goes beyond the physical realm and gives us ultimate knowledge of the reality of the unseen. The notion that we need to change fundamental aspects of the Quran, of our theology, of our legal system, and reinterpret our scriptures to conform with scientific theories or even modern values, theories and values that themselves evolve with time, is logically fallacious and fails to recognize basic facts, not just about Islam, but about the philosophy of science and the humanities. And I conclude by making a sincere dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He gives us thabat on His religion, firmness on His religion, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allows us always to be firm upon His path. Verily, the hearts are between the fingers of Allah Azza wa Jal, as our Prophet ﷺ said. And it is possible that a person can one stage be defending the Sunnah and at another stage trying to deny the Quran. As for us, we make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya muqallib al-qulub, thabbit qulubana ala ta'atik. O you who changes the hearts, keep our hearts firm in your religion. Our izzah is with Islam. Our glory comes by accepting what Allah and His Messenger says. As Umar ibn al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anh said that famous quote, that نَحْنُ قَوْمٌ أَعِزَّنَا اللَّهُ بِالْإِسْلَامِ. We are a group of people whom Allah Azza wa Jal has given izzah through Islam, and whoever attempts to seek izzah through any other means, it will humiliate him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cause us to live as Muslims, to die as Muslims, and to be resurrected in the company of Muslims. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Crossfire session, which means that I'll be going through each speaker and you can ask a question to one other person on the panel. I'm going to ask you to restrict your question to 30 seconds maximum, please, and your answers to 3-4 minutes, please, maximum, because we need to get out to the Q&A. These are the real questions. Fantastic. Dr. Babuna is back with us. I'm going to give him a few minutes to hear perhaps 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll bring Dr. Babuna in. Are these mics now functioning? Brilliant. So if I could start with you, Professor Ehab Abouheif. Absolutely. Whichever. Do you have a question for one of the panel, and what is it?
Yes, I have several questions. I'll ask, this is a question, can I ask Dr. Babuna, is he still? So, Dr. Babuna claims, of course, that there was no evolution. And he claims that everything was, all species were created suddenly. There's absolutely no evolution. Yet at the same time, he claims that there were epigenetic mechanisms or that there was gene shuffling. Why would we need gene shuffling, Dr. Babuna, or any kind of epigenetic mechanisms if God created everything suddenly? What's the use of all of these?
Dr. Babuna, did you hear that question clearly?
Epigenetics is for a very good reason, and the organs are formed with the epigenetic mechanisms, and the diversity is also created through epigenetic mechanisms and gene shuffling. That is a mechanism that variation occurs, but this is not evolution. It is very important. There is no mechanism that generates new genetic information. In epigenetics, the genes are turned on and off, but without changing DNA sequence, with acetylation and deacetylation mechanism, the methylation of the DNA. But this is not evolution. Evolution requires new genetic information, but there is no such mechanism. There is only replication of the DNA and gene shuffling mechanisms, but this is definitely not evolution. So there is no evolutionary mechanism created by Allah. And mutations are only damaging. How do we know that? We know this from experiments, we know this from observations. There are 10,000, 100,000 of genetic diseases caused by mutations. Mutations generate pathology and asymmetry. And we never see transitional forms, pathological and asymmetrical. I want to show you this. This is, I want to show you this. This is a real fossil, a crab fossil, which is 37 million years old. There are 400 million fossils like this. For example, another fossil that I showed you is a lizard fossil. Do you see any difference from today's samples? No, because they appear as a crab, they appear as a lizard. All the animals and plants appear as they are, and they never change in their tenure on the earth. Now I want you to ask speakers from the audience to show single transitional form fossil, but they will not be able. I have money ready, £5 million in the bank. Pathological asymmetrical transition between species. You know what that means? There is no evolution. Allah created all of a sudden. And there are examples of this in the Quran. You know what Allah says in the verse? I seek refuge in Allah from Satan. We created man in the finest depth, finest mold, in the best form, Allah says, to the human being. You know what that means? Not transitions from Allah gave the shape to the mark like a man. It is so with the word be of Allah. Allah has infinite power, and they cannot appreciate the power of Allah. Allah says in the Quran, they do not measure Allah with His true measure. Allah has infinite power. Allah does not need the natural laws. Allah is not bound to the natural laws. Allah does not need mutation or the natural selection to create. Allah created from Moses' staff, wood staff, all of a sudden, living snake. Is that over billions of years through biological stages? No.
I just asked you a very specific question, and I would like a specific answer if that's possible.
By Jesus alayhi salam, living bird, that is sudden creation. There are examples of sudden creation in the Quran. No,
Dr. Babuna, I'm gonna have to cut you there. The sound pretty much has already. Sorry. Thank you for your response. Given that you're with us, your question about transitional forms, is that the question that you'd like to ask to the panel? And is there someone specific you wanted to ask that to, or is there another question that you'd like to put to somebody on the panel?
Any question, I'm ready to answer. If you have any questions.
All your questions have already been answered. Fantastic. Okay, well, we'll move on to Professor Fatimah Jackson then. Professor Fatimah, do you have a question, and who is it to?
Bismillah. I can't say that I really have some questions. I have a couple of comments. Would it be permissible to just mention those?
Sure.
So many points have come out, and I want to say a few things that I think are very important. Evolutionary theory has, in some senses, been hijacked by atheists. But I feel that as an evolutionary scientist, as an anthropologist, as a biologist, I am under no compulsion to believe Richard Dawkins any more than I'm under compulsion to believe our esteemed brother behind me. And the reality is that I look at the facts, and I try to understand the facts with the intelligence that Allah has given me. And that's the position that I believe we have to take. We don't have absolute answers, but we can't just push the fossils away, push the genetic information away, push the clear definitions away. We can't say, for example, that genetic gene duplication, which is something we call CNV, that is copy number variation, that it means nothing. We know, for example, that people who eat lots of starch foods will have more copies of the gene for salivary amylase, which helps us digest starchy foods. So this is very clear. This is not controversial. What allowed us to produce extra copies of a gene? The environment clearly was the trigger. The ability to do this, to me, it comes from Allah. The miracle of Jesus, of Isa alayhi salam. The miracle of Isa, from a scientific point of view, not simply that he was born of a virgin mother. We have this term called parthenogenesis. Additionally, the science tells us that the miracle of Isa alayhi salam was that he was a male. Where did that Y chromosome come from? You see? This is the kind of thing, it makes you think, it makes you say, things that make you say, subhanallah. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, the evolution is, it's a paradigm that allows us to connect ourselves with the rest of life forms. It doesn't replace Iman. It complements Iman if you use your brain.
Shaykh Yasir, do you have a question, and who would you like to put it to?
Well, can I respond to Dr. Jackson?
Did you have a question you wanted to pose to Professor Jackson?
No, I have a response, because she's saying things that are against science, actually.
So we're doing a question and answer session, so if you'd like to ask her a question, you're very welcome to.
First of all,
what's your question?
I would like to ask this question. I want to show you some fossils.
Okay, well, I think that's going to have to be for another time, I'm afraid, because we've seen a few fossils. We're now doing the question and answer session for the panel. So, unfortunately, if you think about a question, I'm prepared to take that. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next speaker. Would you like to pose a question?
Okay, yes. Can Dr. Jackson show a single transitional form? One, I'm watching her. If there is no evolution, can she lift up one transitional form?
Okay, thank you for your question, Professor Jackson. I presume you don't have one with you, but I'm sure you've got a response.
And how can she explain the origin of body?
It's coming, so it's coming.
So for 5 million euros, I will answer this question. Pounds. And then pounds. Sorry, I'm in England. You know, this notion of transitional species is a byproduct of a misunderstanding of evolution. Stephen Jay Gould, who I don't know, Stephen Jay Gould had a magnificent book, and he talked about bushes all the way down. What it means is that Allah has created a lot of different life forms, all the way down, all the way to, since very, very deep evolutionary time. So it's not a linear progression. And I believe that Professor Ehud really talked about this, that we see diversity, that diversity is part of Allah's sunnah, that He creates lots of different kinds. And so we're not, by the way, that diagram you had up there, I meant to tell you, you need to fix that. The dates are wrong. We don't have Australopithecines 1 million years ago. No, no. So that's something you need to correct, brother.
That's correct.
The science is not, look, you have to start out with the right concept. If you don't have the right concept, if you don't have the right definitions, then you will trip over your own words.
It's found in the same layer in the Old White George region in Africa.
I'm really sorry, Dr. Babuna. I'm going to have to cut you off because we're not actually taking responses in this session. Thank you very much, Fatimah Jackson. We're going to move on down the panel, if that's okay, because we need to get to the Q&A section. So, Shaykh Yasir Qadhi, do you have a question for somebody on the panel, and who is it for?
So firstly, just a quick comment.
Sure.
Just to make it very clear, with all respect to the other people on this panel, I personally don't, meaning our brother from overseas, I personally don't have a problem with evolution, so I'm not lumping myself with those who deny it. I don't have any issue with human evolution, with non-human evolution. Everything can have a universal common ancestor other than human beings. And the reason I draw the line is theology, not science. So I want to make that point very clear to dissociate. The question I have is very simple, and of course is to our esteemed interlocutor, Mr. Hasan here, and that is, do you believe in miracles? Do you believe in the Prophet ﷺ splitting the moon? Do you believe in Moses doing what he did and Jesus' virgin birth? And if you do, then why is it so problematic to believe that the creation of man was a greater miracle? It's a simple question.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. Of course I believe in miracles. And this is the discussion we need to have, the nature of miracles. What I do would contest is some of the medieval interpretation of these things, such as khalq al-ada, etc. Because the Quranic word for miracle is not mu'jiza, as you know. In medieval theology and kalam, they use the word mu'jiza and khalq al-ada. And these are not Quranic terms. The Quranic term is ayah, as you know, which is used for what Musa alayhi salam did and for Isa alayhi salam, etc. It's ayah. And the same word ayah, the sign of God, is used for everyday occurrences, like the sunrise and the sunset, night and day. Heaven and the earth, you know the ayat, alhamdulillah, only the ayat. Everyday occurrence is called an ayat, a miracle. That's why we have books now, Muslims write like the miracle of life, the miracle of childbirth, the miracle of food, the nutrition, etc. We have to understand what ayat means miraculous. Everything in a sense is a miracle. Of course I believe in miracles, but we are discussing, there's also the power of science. And we can see things like, you know, the 48 and the 46 chromosomes, etc. I would also just like to chip in on something else. I have just discovered a fossil next to me. All right? I don't know where it came from. Maybe this appeared out of nowhere as well. But since Dr. Babuna is offering 5 million euros or pounds or whatever for a transitional form, and since Professor Fatimah Jackson has said that every species is a transitional form, well, no idea what this is. It looks like a frog to me. But I'm just asking, can I claim the 5 million euros? Because putting yours two together.
Nice try, Usama.
Worth a try. No, with due respect, well, I have a question for Yasir then.
Yes,
I did ask you a question.
It's your turn, so Shaykh, Usama, what's your question?
I'd like to ask Yasir, isn't your attitude the same thing with holding back the Muslims, which held back the Christian church for centuries? When, for example, the late Pope John Paul II told Stephen Hawking, our physics teacher, when he met him, that you can study until the second after the Big Bang, you can go no further back because that is the act of God, that's creation. That put Stephen Hawking off religion big time, unfortunately, because of the late Pope's misunderstanding of these things. And if you were around in the 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, would you not have been taking part in the inquisitions launched against Galileo and Copernicus?
I don't think that my attitude is holding the Muslim world behind. I think you have given me way too much power. I think that the Muslim world is behind technologically for many reasons. At the same time, morally and theologically, I do not view the Muslim world as being behind. I am very proud that the bulk of the Muslim world believes in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, loves the messenger, perhaps sometimes even in a manner they show this love that is, we would all agree, is a little bit too much. So I'm very happy that the Muslim world is not behind from a theological standpoint. But yes, technologically and in other areas, yes, we have a lot of improvement. And frankly, I do not think that my attitude is affecting it adversely. I think that inshallah ta'ala, and I'm a firm believer in this, orthodoxy can flourish in modernity. You don't need to compromise our core values to allow Islam to flourish. And frankly, Mr. Hasan, the bulk of the Muslim world follows types of viewpoints that I have been espousing and not you. And I think this in and of itself is some indication. And yes, this is appeal to authority.
That's not true. You have
yes,
a sectarian.
it is appeal to authority.
You have a very sectarian.
I'm talking about the bulk of the Muslim world, regardless of what theology they follow. Most of the Muslims around the world believe in Adam and Hawa. Is that not true? This is a fact of matter.
Well, so
right?
do I, you know.
Okay.
So do I, as you know. So yet another below the belt.
In the Quranic,
Your grandfather and you have your cousin, right? You have a common ancestor, your cousin, that descends into, you know, your, you know, two brothers, right? They give rise to their children and they give rise to their children. So together they're related as cousins, right? You don't turn into your cousin and your cousin doesn't turn into you. They share, right, uncles. So I share with my cousin, you know, the genes that come from my uncle and my uncle. But we sort of descend. It's a branching process. It's not a linear process. So that's why there's no missing links per se. Because by the term missing link means that somehow to turn into your cousin, there must be an intermediate. There's like, you're asking me, is there, let's say my cousin had a pimple on his nose or a bump on his nose. So does that mean that, and that was inherited genetically, does that mean that, you know, there should be a missing link that has half a bump? No, I mean, descendants, of course, the more closely related you are, the more similar features you will share. But it doesn't mean that, you know, you will transmute one into the other. And unfortunately, I wish I had more time to show you about the way evolutionary biologists think about speciation. Often it's a single population that gets divided because of geographical barriers. And over, you know, many millions of years, they stop being able to reproduce with each other. Okay? And that's how we often think about the speciation process.
Thank you very much, Professor Abouheif. And Usama, we're over to you, Dr. Hasan. Is heaven above the earth?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There's a misconception. In English, we use the word heaven for the sky as well as for Jannah, for paradise, which is a separate issue. But Jannah, what I mean is, the story of Adam and Eve in the Quran happened in Jannah, and they're expelled from the Jannah eventually, right? But the word Jannah itself doesn't only mean the heavenly paradise. The word Jannah means a walled garden, right? It's hidden. It's related to jinn, Jannah, like a Jannah is a fetus, and the jinn are the hidden creation. A Jannah is a hidden garden, in other words, a walled garden. And the story of Ashab al-Jannah in Surah Al-Qalam is what? It's on the earth, right? كما بلونا أصحاب الجنة إذا أقسموا لا يصرمونها مصبحين. That's a story about the people of the garden, Ashab al-Jannah, which is entirely on the earth. There's other ayat mentioning Ashab al-Jannah, which is clearly in heaven, in paradise. لا يستوي أصحاب النار وأصحاب الجنة. Right? So what I'm saying is, it's well known in tafsir, and please have a look. Tafsir ibn Kathir, Tabari, and the others mention it. The story of Adam and Hawa in Al-Jannah, most Mufassirin early times traditionally took the view this was in Jannah, in heaven, in paradise. But others took the view that no, the Jannah that happened in was a Jannah on the earth, an earthly garden, just like the Jannah of Surah Al-Qalam. I hope that's clearer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. The third question is to both Professor Ehab and Professor Jackson. Have we equated similarity with homology? It's your terminology, not mine. It's not my world. And are there any exceptions that prove that two things that are similar don't come from the same ancestry? So if I could ask you both to answer it as briefly as possible. Thank you.
My first comment is you should come and join my lab. You know, it's obviously you're asking kind of technical questions, but I mean, I think what we have to do, I mean, evolutionary biology is very aware of dividing what's called convergence and convergent similarity and homology. So what is convergent similarity? It sounds very fancy. It just means that, look, a shark is a fish and it has a fin. A whale has a fin, but it's a mammal, right? we have techniques to distinguish. So we wouldn't just look at the fin and say, oh, those two are similar and they come from a common. You have to look at all the characters combined. You don't just look at a single character. You look at the fins, the genes, the DNA, the bones. It's a whole combined analysis. And if it just happens that one of those characters is similar, then we would say, oh, that must be convergence. But if all of the characters combined after a detailed study for many years, we see that most of the characters are similar, we would then say that, yes, that's evidence of a common descent. And so we definitely can distinguish between similarity that comes from just adapting to a similar environment versus similarity that comes from common descent.
And yeah, Mr. Jackson, do you have anything to add? I think he was asking whether there's an experiment that can be conducted to prove this.
Yeah, just capacity to.
So one person asked a very interesting question: is why did humans evolve the capacities that they did? That was a question, and I thought that was a very good question. So maybe we could talk about it. We'll leave the experiments. When you come join my lab, my friend, my brother, you can do the experiment.
Well, we'll take that question then. Why did humans evolve in the way that they did? And then we're moving to the last question because we really need to wrap up.
Remember I told you that evolutionary theory discusses how, not so much why. But we are evolving, we are changing in response to our environment. And the response is supposed to give us a better fit in our environment, to improve our chances of surviving, improve our chances for successful reproduction. To me, the why is, it's a mercy from Allah. The how is the evolution. There was an example I wanted to give because the brother's a geneticist. And so the example of sickle cell anemia. You know that sickle cell anemia is a mutation, is beneficial in a malarious environment. We have at least 5 different times that the sickle cell gene has emerged separately. How do we know they're separate? Because we look at the neighbors, the molecular neighbors, on either side of that single mutation, and we see it's different. It's the same gene, but it emerged separately as separate mutations in Saudi Arabia, in India, in various parts of Africa. And we can actually track the people who have that mutation. We can track their movements. We can track them to Europe. We can track them to the Americas. So mutation is constantly occurring. Mutation is the raw material upon which natural selection acts. It's kind of like you get this variation that pops up, and selection comes through and cuts off all the variation that is inappropriate, that doesn't enhance survival. So the why as to why we are constantly changing, even changing within the last 100 years. There are evolutionary changes, and as the brother pointed out, between parent and offspring, there are new mutations coming up. Some of those mutations will be deleterious. Some will be neutral. And some, few, will be advantageous. And presumably those people will then pass on those genes preferentially. So that's the evolutionary story. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you very much. The last and final question is to you, Shaykh Yasir Qadhi, and it was, if God had created Adam alayhi salam so perfectly, why do we share so many biological similarities with other species?
So I will answer this question from within theology because I'm not a biologist. Allah says in the Quran, صُنْعَ اللَّهِ الَّذِي أَتْقَنَ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ. Look at the perfection of Allah that has created everything in order. And Allah says in the Quran, look at the creation. هَلْ تَرَى مِنْ فُطُورٍ. Do you see any flaw, any problem in the entire creation? Allah says, ثُمَّ رْجِعْ بَصَرَكَ كَرَّتَيْنِ. Keep on looking and examining. You will not find a single problem in the entire creation. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us to be in harmony with the world around us. And therefore, what I firmly believe is that if evolution is true, then Adam alayhi salam conformed with all that occurred around him so that he was placed at the time and place where it was perfectly in sync and harmony with the world around him. This is what I believe as a theologian, not as a biologist. Now, with regards to humans being similar, there's a lot of similarities. I'd like to emphasize the differences. What makes us so different from other creatures? And where do we even begin? Morality, consciousness, the very metacognition, which is that we have the capacity to study ourselves. We can contextualize ourselves. Religion. Animals don't have religion and different language. SubhanAllah. To this day, linguists are at awe. Where did language come from? And why is it that we are the only species that speaks to the level that we do? The Quran answers this. وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا خَلَقَ الْإِنسَانَ عَلَّمَهُ الْبَيَانَ. Allah Azza wa Jal gave us the gift of knowledge, the knowledge of speaking, that He did not give to any other species to our level. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ, of His miracles, Allah says, is the multitude of your languages. So, yes, you're right, we resemble many of Allah's creations, but I believe, and I think humanity agrees with me, we are a very special species, that we are special for many reasons. And of them is religion, morality, language, etc. And alhamdulillah, we are, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. Allah says we have honored the species of the Bani Adam, so we are of an honored species. Instead of looking only at the similarities, let's look at the differences and thank Allah for those differences.
Thank you very much, Yasir, for that point. When some of you came in today, you conducted a vote at the entrance. Have Muslims misunderstood evolution? Majority said yes. Can you have a show of hands now? How many of you believe Muslims have misunderstood evolution? If it's a yes, please raise your hand. And raise your hand if you believe Muslims have not misunderstood evolution. Okay, that's interesting. I think there has been a shift, so thank you for sharing that. I now want to thank the speakers for being here today, and I want to thank you all for being here. Before we give them a round of applause, I just want to end the evening by saying Adam will say a few words about Deen Institute courses that are now available. But first, let's thank our speakers by giving them a warm round of applause. And thank you all for being here.
MashaAllah. Fascinating interaction. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. It was very informative and also entertaining. I'd like to personally thank all our esteemed speakers. Thank you for the trouble of coming all the way here, your preparations. All the presentations that you've actually seen today will be uploaded on the website. Again, another round of applause for our esteemed speakers. Thank you for being so patient. We hope to see you again. Assalamu alaikum.